the proposals in terms of showing exactly what that commercial space is. It's about having a conversation with those stakeholders about the concept and the idea about having commercial space. And they may be, we're not saying that we would be running that commercial space. It may offer opportunities for businesses that want to have a new business or businesses that may want to expand and run a business from that location. So we're definitely listening to those stakeholders about their thoughts, comments, concerns, and we will review that in due course.
What land that is owned by the District of West Vancouver are you taking over in your new concept?
Sorry, whereabouts is...
Well, the road network.
Okay, right. Yeah. So we've been obviously working with your colleagues in your transportation, with your staff in your transportation department to ensure that our concepts align with what the district's plans may be. The only one of the proposals that we've shown in the concept is the closure of Bay Street, and Bay Street is actually a Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure road, and we've been having discussions with them, but we see the benefit of closing Bay Street to ensure that we get that seamless transition from the waterfront park, and the waterfront park then flows into the terminal and get a much better public realm and public space between those two spaces, as well as them ensuring that we still maintain and improve the village access by creating the two-way access of Keith Road being the main in-out into the village, which is much better than Bay Street, because a lot of people don't even know that Bay Street is there and don't realise that they have to drive around the building to get back onto the highway. I think it's essentially a private road and start doing U-turns. So we think...
Yeah, in the structural part of containment, would it be not an opportunity for people to go into the Horseshoe Bay business area during the waiting?
Yes, yeah, and that's what we're trying to do, is trying to improve the access from the terminal into the village and ensure that, as I mentioned, that the terminal is not turning its back on the community, but is actually fronting to the terminal, and we get more people walking into the village and make it easier to do so and safer to do so as well.
Is it formal yet that that you might become a Crown Corporation of the government?
Oh, I'm not aware of anything, and yeah, it's probably a bit above my level, I guess, in terms of there hasn't been any discussions. I'm manager of terminal development, so I'm not aware that we are going to become a Crown Corporation. Or
well, it's an important question. If they took over, sir, things might be a little different one way or the other. My last query is, with all the great work of this project, it looks very nice, very efficient. What is the capacity for producing a smaller ferry and quicker times? Obviously, all this work is for not to consider that end of it, including the reservation, but the allotment of crossing and things of that nature.
So that would be a question for the province, because ultimately BC Ferries is a service provider, and therefore we respond to what the province wants us to do. So if say the province wanted to have a fast ferry from Langdale to Horseshoe Bay, then essentially we would provide that service, or we would look at providing that service, but essentially that is for the province to dictate rather than for BC Ferries, because essentially we have a 60-year contract with the ferry, with the province. We have service levels and fees set every 4 years, and through that negotiation, we fulfil the aims and of the ferry services contract.
Thanks very much, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I had the great pleasure to be part of the engagement this morning. I thought it was a super representation from the Sunshine Coast and Bowen Island, and certainly from the Horseshoe Bay community, who always seem to be stepping up to the plate to make sure they give you good input. The business owners and residents there, I felt it was great input and great interaction between the two of you. Would you agree?
Yes, definitely. No, I think we've had a great process, a very open, transparent process. It's been great to work with your staff, who have been very responsive and are giving us great input, as well as with TransLink and BC Transit. So we've got all these great input that's going to lead to a much better plan, as well as the input from the Community Residents Association, the business owners, and the ferry advisory committees. So we're responding to all these, as well as our customers, as well as our employees. And we need to take all that feedback, and will hopefully lead to a better plan, because we'll be responding of all that local knowledge that will lead to a much stronger plan when we take it forward.
Yeah, and I'd like to confirm that it was an excellent engagement today. Your team did a terrific job of presenting the material, running the program, and responding and being responsive to the people's concerns. So thank you for that. And I'd also like to point out that even though you've just come back from Europe and developed your UK accent, you've softened already from this morning.
Okay, thank you.
He made a point of it this morning, did you not?
Yeah. No, I've been in UK for 2 months, so when I'm with my friends back home, my Canadian accent disappears.
Yes. I thought I saw a list of a series of public engagements coming up. Could you send that to Mayor and Council?
Yes, we will
Please.
be through Pascal, I'm guessing, yes.
Yeah, and I'd also recommend if you could send us that invitation to this workshop just on to Mayor and Council so we can simply respond. That'd be great by email, maybe?
Yes, we've got some postcards which we can provide Pascal, and which will have the web page address and will also take you to when the next engagement events are. So we've got some.
Yeah.
So these postcards have just been posted out to every resident in Horseshoe Bay Village. People will be getting those in their post this week.
Yeah.
Those are a little bit different.
Okay.
Those just have the online engagement
Web address.
on there. The ones that have gone out to all of the village residents will have the date of the open house and the location, as well as the online address, so that everybody in the village is aware of what's happening and their opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you actually to consider reaching out to all of West Vancouver, just because even though it certainly impacts Horseshoe Bay from night to day, every day, BC Ferries actually affects us all here, you know, from the very traffic running through our community to our pickups and drop-offs and navigating the ferries ourselves. So I'd like to encourage the public to attend these meetings, spend some time thinking about what your experience is like at the terminal, and giving
Yes.
Brian and his team some constructive feedback. I think it's a really important project for our community. It's a big investment, and I have confidence that we can get to where we need to go, but public input's going to be crucial.
Yeah, so there will be some news releases being issued tomorrow as well, so I'm sure that the media will also pick up on what we're proposing, and therefore, which will help to publicise and promote the online engagement and the upcoming open house.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion. Councillor Gambioli.
So just a couple questions to come back to. I'm looking at the terminal right now on Google Maps. It wasn't clear to me from the diagrams that went by kind of quickly. The proposal is going to include, I'm assuming, some blasting of the hillside out
Yes.
again. Is that right? That's
Yes,
true.
I guess to construct that second exit road and to ensure that we're not, reducing the number of vehicle holding lanes within the terminal. The proposal is to push that second exit road into that cliffside in the concept plans, and we will have some plans clearly showing where the footprint of that second exit road is, so that people can see the impact or potential impact of that second exit road. You know, that being said, you know, we're well aware from our perspective that second exit road is so crucial in terms of helping us to improve our on-time performance at the terminal, in terms of it's one of our only multi-route terminals that doesn't have a second exit road. So for those familiar with Swartz Bay, Swartz Bay, we have the Route 1, the main Tsawwassen to Swartz Bay, but if the Fulford ferry comes in at the same time, the Fulford ferry then uses the east exit road at Swartz Bay, and it just helps as a safety valve to allow two vessels to simultaneously unload as well as loading at the same time, and so it helps to improve that on-time performance and that efficiency. So it wouldn't be used all the time. It would be mainly once we've got two vessels in and we need to load and unload at the same time, particularly when we've got a second vessel on Route 3. That will be particularly important to ensure that we can quickly load and unload those vessels as efficiently as possible. But yes, the concept does show a second exit road built into that cliffside. It's still within BC Ferries leasehold area, but we need to ensure that we design that as ensuring that we have reduce the impact of that proposal on that cliffside as much as possible through sign walls and through planting or green walls to soften its impact.
So great segue, because when I look at your diagram here and then I look at my Google Maps, it really is an impermeable surface kind of wasteland. We're very concerned about impermeable surfaces here because we live on a hillside and we're expecting a lot more rain. I'm assuming that your design is dealing with that issue?
Yes, yeah. So I guess these are very early concepts, and there's a whole host of prelim design that we need to do for both that second exit road, the elevated holding area. And there's a need to ensure that we have a landscape plan. We need to ensure that we want to include, a pet area or some green space for people to, when they're waiting for the ferry, that they've still got a little place to sit and explore. As well as the need to ensure that we have a stormwater management plan in place to ensure that we're managing stormwater and rainfall in an appropriate way. So that will be, as part of that next phase. I'm sure as part of the rezoning application, we'll be asked to look at that issue as well, and therefore we'll be doing some further work as we proceed on that issue.
Because there's nothing worse than sitting in that parking lot on a hot summer day with no shade.
Yeah.
Okay, and my last question, I noticed from looking at the roof of your current ferry terminal, there looks to be 2 rows of solar panels. Am I mistaken? Because you show in your diagram a bunch of green on the roof, but I'm assuming by the time it actually gets built, you'll be putting solar panels instead of plants on the roof.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see solar panels on the roof. It is the sunniest spot in Horseshoe Bay, so there is perfect opportunity to explore those solar technologies and solar gain as part of the prelim design of that building. The step code will have moved significantly along by that phase as well, so we'll need to respond to the step code in an appropriate way. But yeah, again, there's significant opportunities to ensure that we create a sustainable design building that's will respond to climate change mitigation and adaptation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see that's all the questions we have. Lots of interest in Horseshoe Bay Ferry Terminal by council and the community. So I really appreciate you coming and doing this presentation, and keep us updated as things move along. So
yes, we would be more than happy to come back at the end of this process, and we would also welcome the opportunity to give Mayor and Council a tour of the terminal as well, too, so that you can see some of the issues firsthand. I think would be a great opportunity to do a walking tour of the terminal to show you some of the issues that we face at the terminal and to how we can respond. So we would be delighted to do that in the future.
Yeah, I think that would be something that we probably would like to do. All right, so can I get a motion? Thank you very much for you and your colleagues attending.
I'd like to recommend that the delegation from BC Ferries regarding the Horseshoe Bay Terminal redevelopment project be received for information with thanks.
All right, any other further questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thanks again. So item number 5 is the Metro Vancouver Regional Employers Services regarding regional workforce strategy. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us this opportunity to present to you this evening. My name is Jackie Griffiths, and I'm the Director of Metro Vancouver's Regional Employers Services. And this is my colleague, Katie Fitzmaurice, one of our Senior Regional HR Advisors. Today, we're here to talk about the services provided through Metro Vancouver's Regional Employers Services, and also to provide you with some information on our most recent project, the Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative. First, for just a bit of history, some of you may know that we were first established as a function in 1964. Since that time, we have transitioned from what was a regulatory function that dealt with collective bargaining through mandates that were set by a group of mayors called the Labor Relations Bureau, to a service function which delivers based on the needs of the specific municipalities without set mandates and not focused on collective bargaining, but rather on a broad range of human resources services. We are now structured to serve the municipalities based on their specific needs. We're here to help the local governments like the District of West Vancouver when they're dealing with their workforce strategy issues and making decisions that are best for them as a community. And we exist to serve the members. We strive to be an important resource for staff, such as the staff in the District of West Vancouver, with all aspects of our service. In terms of the community that we serve, our member jurisdictions include all 21 of the municipalities and the one Treaty First Nation within the Metro Vancouver region. And these vary in size from our largest groups, such as the City of Vancouver, to our more modest groups, such as Lions Bay. There are three aspects to our service. First is information and advisory services, and this is the broadest and largest of our services. We provide research and analysis on data to our municipalities. We also provide access to data reporting and client support on a broad range of municipal HR issues. We do still provide collective bargaining services to municipalities such as the District of West Vancouver. Within that service, we provide support in coordination, preparation, planning, negotiations, and implementation. And the last aspect of our service deals with compensation, and this function provides job analysis, organizational design, and any support required based on recommendations to support your policy on job evaluation. In terms of the work we do, we also strive on a regional basis to provide for coordination and preparation and planning on key issues. We strive to provide leadership and support and on strategic advice, and particularly on issues that impact the municipalities within the realm of human resources. And then we work to coordinate so that our member jurisdictions can achieve more coherency as they're dealing with issues. Regional Employers Services offers specific support for the continued success of each municipality. We strive to bring members together and create opportunities for staff to learn and share ideas. For example, we run a range of regional events, including annual events, working and advisory committees, and a host of offerings for municipalities where it makes more sense for them to come together as a group to share information rather than dealing with it on a one-by-one basis. These opportunities also provide for member jurisdictions to connect and learn from the other employers in the region with the support of Regional Employers Services. As a service provider to multiple municipalities, we have access to the range of best practices as we learn them from across the region, and we are able to share them with all the member jurisdictions. We also strive to identify and respond to trends impacting the region, and our most recent example of this relates to the Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative. In terms of the Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative, this developed in response to a dynamic and evolving labor market and the fact that our member jurisdictions had identified the need for something to be done on a regional basis. And I know that here on the North Shore that you are no strangers to the challenges posed in terms of the current labor market. The Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative was created to better understand and address the workforce as it relates to local government within the Metro Vancouver region. And our initiative will strive to address the current state of attraction and retention within the region. It is also intended to ensure continued exceptional services within municipalities such as the District of West Vancouver. The initiative focuses on a four-part short-term and long-term strategy and can be tailored to the specific needs in each and every local government. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Katie to provide some of the important details about the initiative.
So with respect to the Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative, let's start with some context. In our sector, your municipality and other member jurisdictions have over 20,000 full-time equivalent employees. This means that local governments within Metro Vancouver are a major regional employer. As a collective, we are 4 times larger than the size that Amazon Vancouver aspires to grow to by 2023. We are also about 4 times the size of BC Hydro, and we are equivalent to the size of the Fraser Health Authority and the Interior Health Authority combined. We are 4/5 the size of the BC Public Service BCGEU bargaining unit. There is strength in numbers, and there's an opportunity for us to leverage this. And this type of leverage is important. Let's take a look at the current labor market. This chart contains Statistics Canada data spanning over 3 years from the second quarter of 2015 to the first quarter of 2019. This is the most current Statistics Canada data available. Now, this is aggregate data that's representative of the entire workforce, including both the public and the private sector, encompassing some of the lower wage service type jobs. This dark line here in blue represents the job vacancy rate in British Columbia. This light gray line, this red line represents the job vacancy rate in the lower mainland. And the gray line here represents the rate in Canada. So what does this mean for us? This means that we and other sectors in the region are facing a competitive labor market. This presents us with the opportunity to look at what we can do, in addition to competitive compensation packages, to attract the best and the brightest in the workforce. With this in mind, the Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative has been informed by 4 factors: demographic and pipeline factors. Our workforce is aging, and after a number of employees delayed retirement following the recession, the exodus is now underway. Our eligible employees employees eligible to retire will peak between 2020 and 2024. Affordability and access. Despite the fact that the housing market in the region has softened, media reports tell us that some people are choosing to leave the Lower Mainland due to affordability and access. Additionally, feedback provided to employees indicates that both commute and flexibility are considerations for employees, both for attraction as well as with retention. Perception and competition. Employer brand is increasingly important with respect to capturing talent. That's how employers like Amazon get some of the best and the brightest. To get the best and the brightest into local government within the region, we need to be aware and proactive in promoting our brand. We have a lot to offer, including some of the most interesting and impactful jobs. We have, and even specifically looking at the District of West Vancouver, we know that you have an amazing employee-driven engagement plan, and you have a great corporate training plan. These type initiatives enhance how employees and prospective employees think about the work in our sector.
So moving forward, there will be 4 initiatives that will exist to ensure success. The first relates to rebranding, and that is the enhancing of local government presence and profile within the region. As Katie had mentioned, there is an abundance of meaningful and impactful work with competitive compensation, and we need to make sure that the prospective quality applicants in the region know that we are out there. In 2019, you will start to see the development of this foundational brand, and in 2020, we will move to a full implementation mode as it relates to this brand and how it can be integrated with the specific employer brands that exist in many of our member jurisdictions. In addition to that, we'll continue with the ongoing research and analysis. Through the work of Katie and others, we were very fortunate to receive a $100,000 grant from the province of British Columbia that will fund the Sector Labour Market Partnership Research Project, and we expect that those results and drafts should be near completion in December. This is a fabulous project because what it means is that the resources that we will allocate to this initiative can be allocated in a targeted and specific way, and we'll be able to measure also the efficiency of these initiatives as we start to implement them. We're looking also at expanding outreach. One of the things that we have learned is that people sometimes don't know what it is that we do in local government or where it is that we exist. We want to raise the profile of local government, and we want to do it as early as possible. We've come to realize that it's not just about getting in front of post-secondary classes at the point at which they're completing their degrees, but it's also about finding ways to get in front of secondary students before they're making their choices, or with post-secondary students early on in the degree process, so that they can choose paths that will support a career that they can carry on through their entire career. In addition to that, we will be attending 2 education career fairs. We'll attend 2 career fairs in December, and with the attendance at those events, even municipalities who don't have the resources to attend the event themselves, we will represent them on behalf of the region and provide them with the opportunity to promote any of the specific attributes of their municipalities, but also to highlight any of the opportunities that exist within those municipalities. In closing, as you can see, Regional Employers Services is here to support you. Our Regional Workforce Strategy Initiative is one of those important ways that we are doing this. It is intended to ensure continued exceptional service within municipalities such as the District of West Vancouver, and it is intended to draw on the collective strengths of the region as a whole to address some of the opportunities that are starting to present themselves. As I said, there is a real opportunity to work together to enhance the profile of local government work and share with the world all the great things that we know about this sector. We hope you have found this information valuable and would be pleased to answer any questions related to our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that presentation. Very insightful. I was curious if you could comment or provide insight on how many municipal governments in the region are ranked, for example, in the Canada's top 100 employers or any other sort of similar benchmark to, to attract employees.
What I can, through the worship, what I can tell you is that many employers are now starting to seek out those types of recognition. I don't have the specific details in terms of each and every municipality, but that is one of those initiatives that our member jurisdictions have highlighted as something that can be worth exploring depending on the municipality to bring in a larger degree of interest, definitely.
Sure. And then sort of subsequent to that, what are some things that, for example, the District of West Vancouver or local governments in general can do to really bridge that gap of being that super desirable employer? You look at places in the Silicon Valley, Google, where they're really just pushing the envelope on, making it a great place to work. So what can we do? Colloquially, people say ping pong tables or whatever, right? But in truthfully, tangible ways, what can we do to make this not just a good place to work, but a great place to work that people from across Canada will want to move here and say, I want to specifically work for West Vancouver?
As I said in the presentation, for the most part, the municipalities provide a very competitive compensation package. But what we know is that what really makes the difference is the people and the culture. And I have to say, in working with the District of West Vancouver, tremendous work has been done in terms of a very strong culture, a service ethos, and a very dedicated group of staff. So really continuing to do those things and to work with the region in terms of getting the word out. And really a group like the District of West Vancouver can serve in some ways as a beacon for other municipal employers as what happens when you have a great group of people and a great place to work. And there, of course, are always those things like the ping pong tables or whatever it is, the sleep pods, the things that other groups like to do. Sometimes those don't fit within the context of public sector, but I don't think there's any sector within which there isn't value for establishing that strong culture of people, which ultimately carries over into the service they provide to those they serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you're not HR on steroids, and did the Metro Board give you the right to move along on this, or was your own initiative from your department?
Through the mayor, thank you very much. We are established by virtue of the service bylaw, and we are overseen by a group called the Labor Relations Function Oversight Committee. Okay. That group is comprised of CAOs from across the region. We have provided a presentation through to the Mayor's Committee with respect to this work, and we have received questions and answered. We also include this information in our business plan as it relates to our budget. So insofar as that process is managed, yes, it is something that's reviewed.
So you are employees of Metro?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Proud employees of Metro Vancouver.
Pardon me?
Proud employees of Metro Vancouver.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Great group. So have you come across anybody that doesn't like what you're doing?
I mean, at this point, I have not encountered anyone who would be opposed to this initiative because I think the municipalities recognize how important it is to be able to compete in this market. And I think there's the recognition that together we are stronger than if we split off into any one particular group.
So Metro controls about 21 municipalities. You're talking province-wide. Under what capacity do you go further than the Lower Mainland?
At this point, our service bylaw focuses on the municipalities within the region, and through our budget and through our work plan, we are set up to serve the member jurisdictions in the region.
Okay. And what capacity are you in negotiations, labor relations
We provide the collective bargaining services. District of West Vancouver is a subscriber, and we provide support in collective bargaining for your various bargaining units.
So your body could help West Vancouver's HR if needed?
We provide support based on the direction provided from HR. I think in this tight labor market, one of the interesting things with an area like negotiations is it's really tough to find people who want to do that type of work full time. And so we've been fortunate to put together a small but dedicated team who can provide that specialized service and then support the strategic HR work that's being done in the district by their staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli.
So, thank you for the work you do, and I know that you've supported us and been very helpful to our team since I've been on council. But I think that a lot of people in the community don't realize what a competitive labor market we have in general. Can you speak at all about specifically West Vancouver? I mean, I know just from talking to our facilities manager that we can't even get laborers to come here and do our seismic upgrades, you know, basically. But what about the HR component of the competitiveness? You know, numbers are thrown around. Everyone is horrified that people make over $100,000 a year at any job in this community. And can you speak about the realities of what we're facing specifically in West Vancouver compared to other places?
At this point, our focus has been within that regional context, and in terms of the grant money that we received for the research, it will focus on the region. I have no doubt that once that information is available and we start working more closely with the HR and the leadership team here, there will be more information specific to the District of West Vancouver and where the drivers are or where the potential impediments are as it relates to your labor market.
Any other questions? Can I just ask a follow-up question? When do you think that study will be done?
It's targeted to be complete in draft format at the end of December. Some of that is contingent on the approvals of the funder, the provincial government, but should all things proceed in accordance with the project plan, targeted for the end of December. And I know Katie's doing an amazing job project managing that, so provided we don't run into hurdles on the part of the funder, I'm confident we'll be done in December.
So, yeah, and I was going to echo Councillor Gambioli's concerns around West Vancouver and the challenges that we're facing. And so I guess the objective of this study is to be able to identify specific impediments and then make recommendations around how we can improve our attractiveness to potential employees.
Absolutely, and to identify with a higher degree of precision where the challenges are, so that if decisions are being made in terms of the allocation of resources to expand your workforce, you can do it in a way that you're going to get your best return on investment.
Right, good. Well, thank you very much, ladies, and we look forward to seeing that report in December. So
Thank you very much.
thanks for coming. So I'll just get a motion from Councillor Lambert.
Yes, Madam Mayor, recommend that the presentation from Metro Vancouver Regional Employer Services regarding regional workforce strategy be received for information with thanks.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much. Item number 6 is the status of youth services and planning for the future. Welcome.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I will do a brief introduction
Thank you.
for council. So I'm very pleased to introduce this report tonight, which will be presented by our Youth Services team. This report and presentation is a collaborative effort between our group here this evening, Lena Nakamura, Jan Riddell, and Peter Chisholm, together, who are our youth outreach workers, together with Allison Gals, who is the Youth Services and Community Recreation Manager, Sue Kettler, Senior Manager of Community Services, and myself. On behalf of our whole team, I'd like to recognize and publicly acknowledge and thank Lena Nakamura, who took the lead in writing this report for us. Thank you, Lena, for this leadership on this very important report. It's most appreciated by all of us. I would also like to acknowledge that we reviewed our recommended next steps with a number of our community partners and organizations. In addition, staff met with 2 community members who are on the Youth Services Review Implementation Group, who made recommendations on youth-based needs to Council in 2016. So to all of the people we spoke to, some of who are in the audience tonight, including 4 members of the Rotary Club of West Vancouver Sunrise, thank you for your time and for your support. We really appreciate that. Many times youth services is about what you can't see. The intangibles such as supporting a young person in crisis, championing youth-led initiatives, developing leadership skills, and empowering youth to believe in themselves through tough times, and providing support to youth and their families. So I'm now very pleased to turn the presentation over to our professional youth services team. They have a PowerPoint to present, and they're looking forward to taking questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Good evening, Madame Mayor and members of council. As Anne has said, we are here this evening to speak with council about the current status of youth services in the District of West Vancouver and to outline a plan to develop a youth services hub in West Vancouver. Over the years, youth services has become an increasingly valuable service to youth in this community. Staff are dedicated, professional, and continue to provide exceptional programs and services to all youth. The priorities for our presentation are to speak to you about the youth services highlights, the youth services background, Ambleside Youth Centre closure and youth services update, and a West Vancouver Youth Services hub. The youth services team is committed to providing youth with connections and experiences. In 2018, the youth outreach team provided over 1,285 hours of support to 200 youth in one-to-one support connections. This year marks the 6th annual Proud to Be Gender Identity and Sexual Orientation Conference for youth, parents, and professionals. This conference was the first of its kind held in the Lower Mainland and is coming back to the North Shore this year and will take place at the Glen Eagles Clubhouse and Community Centre on October 18th and 19th. Through donations from external organizations, the Summer Work Experience and Adventure Program ran for its 23rd year this summer. This program allows youth who would otherwise find barriers to employment an opportunity to gain valuable skills through work placements in West Vancouver. This year, youth services staff toured over 150 international students through the community centre the week before school began. This is a great chance for new students in the community to see the community centres and hear about the programs and services available to youth in our community. In 2018, staff hosted approximately 100 people at the annual holiday dinner at the Ambleside Youth Centre. This is another community event that brings together youth, families, and community partners to celebrate the holidays and enhance youth engagement and involvement. Youth services staff have supported and participated in the Pulling Together journey that's organized by the West Vancouver Police Department for the last 3 years. Through funding from the West Vancouver Community Centre Society, Youth Services has hosted all-body swims and rec nights for LGBTQ+ youth and their allies. We were the first facility on the North Shore to offer these types of events for youth. We're now in our 3rd year of offering these very successful programs. And this fall, Youth Services has just begun a pilot with the UBC nursing students program that will take place in our youth lounge on Friday afternoons at the community centre. Nurses will be on site to provide support or answer questions to any youth that come into the drop-in centre between 3 and 5. This is another great partnership opportunity with another organization that will enhance the services that the district offers to youth.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Nice to see you all tonight. I'll talk a little bit about the background of youth services. Oh, I'm on now. That's better. Yes, as I was saying, I'll speak a little bit to the background of youth services. The district has long supported the growth and development of youth programs. The inception of youth services was in 1986. At that time, the district approved funding for a Friday night teen program at the Inglewood Center, which is currently the South Campus of the West Vancouver Secondary School. In 1990, the district piloted a youth outreach worker position in response to the growing need for youth support. By 92, the youth outreach program was formalized when 3 full-time positions were created and funded on an ongoing basis. The Ambleside Youth Center opened in 1996 and became the home base for the district's youth drop-in and youth outreach program. And for the last 23 years, the AYC provided a dedicated, safe space for youth to connect with for youth in grades 8 through 12 to connect with their peers and youth services staff. And I have worked as a youth outreach worker since 1998 and have witnessed firsthand how important this program and a facility like the AYC can be to young people looking for community connection. Valuing diversity, youth services respond to our youth's unique needs, supporting them as they develop new knowledge and skills and learn to manage emotions and relationships. Youth services provide a broad range of programs and services that help build a community of young people who are connected, aware, and informed. Services provided are inclusive, primarily preventative, and use a continuum ranging from recreational programs, activities, special events, through to individual one-to-one support. Thank you.
In January 2019, a ceiling collapse occurred in one of the back offices of the AYC. At the time, it was not known if programs and services would return. Staff took immediate measures to temporarily relocate programs and services to other spaces and places in West Vancouver. In March 2019, the official closure of the building was announced. A special farewell to the AYC was held with over 100 people in attendance. Both past and present community members, youth, and staff were given opportunities to connect and say goodbye, leaving messages on the outer walls of the building, as you can see in the photos on the slide. Key messaging focused on the importance of community and all the people involved in making youth services special. Since the closure, staff have reviewed current operational successes and challenges and have determined that the following gaps in service remain today. Firstly, only a very small number of youth have transitioned over to the West Vancouver Community Centre Youth Lounge from the Ambleside Youth Centre. Despite increasing operational hours at the Youth Lounge, increased attendance from this time last year has been recorded for the preteen population, so those youth that are in grades 6 and 7. Attendance by youth in grades 8 through 12, AYC's target age group, has not increased at the Youth Lounge. This is a significant loss because last fall, on average, we had over 130 youth in Ambleside Youth Centre on both Friday and Saturday nights. Through discussions with youth and the casual youth leaders working in our spaces, we have found that many of the youth who attended AYC don't feel the same level of comfort, safety, and autonomy in the space at the Youth Lounge as they did at the previous youth center. Another gap, due to space constraints, it has been challenging for youth services to host youth-specific community-wide initiatives, consultations, and meetings. There are actually several strategies in the district's blueprint for social responsibility and change that support youth programs and services. Notably, Strategy 9 describes how the district needs to continue to support and enhance child and youth engagement processes so that young people have an ongoing and meaningful role in providing input to district services and related policy development. Youth Services supports the strategy through youth engagement on issues such as the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan, the district's OCP, and through the continued delivery of various youth committees. Staff have heard from youth that these community dialogues need to happen in safe, youth-friendly environments such as dedicated youth spaces in order to facilitate truly open and meaningful discussions. Another gap we've noticed is that with the dedicated space that we had at AYC, we were able to hold confidential one-to-one meetings with youth and their families. At the moment, we don't really have appropriate space for those meetings to be happening, and so we are bouncing from room to room at the community center. We're making it work, but it has been challenging to continue to hold these meetings. Lastly, only a limited number of social and recreational and leadership development programs for youth can be offered due to lack of suitable space. This is an area that has been growing over the years for our department and has the potential to be a new source of revenue in the future. As mentioned earlier, in 2016, the Youth Services Implementation Group developed a report titled Vision in Youth Resources and Space Needs. After significant community consultation, this group identified the following space needs for youth in West Vancouver. Youth need youth spaces that are geographically and centrally located within various regions in the community. Youth want to see a dedicated space with a primary focus for use by youth. Youth need access to youth spaces that are accessible to transit and safe. And lastly, youth need access to a range of services, amenities, and youth spaces to serve the diverse needs of youth, or all youth, I guess, in our community. At the beginning of the summer, the community was consulted through a survey through the West Vancouverite platform, and within a 3-week period, we received 400 completed surveys, and 90% of the survey respondents agreed with these recommendations.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. In order to shorten the gaps in service most effectively and to ensure that West Vancouver youth feel connected and cared for in their community, the creation of a physical, centrally located youth hub is recommended. The notion of hub implies dedicated youth space where youth can spend time in a safe and supervised setting. The hub offers a mix of open lounge space and quiet, comfy nooks for visiting and catching up on homework, kitchen and games area, so that events like cook nights, billiards tournaments, and our infamous holiday gathering can be hosted, as well as smaller offices for meetings with youth and families. It is this mixed-use floor plan that is integral to meeting the needs of our youth. Further, a hub model presents an opportunity for other service providers to partner with us to enhance district youth programs and services, thereby maximizing opportunities for youth support and community engagement in West Vancouver. Above all, a dedicated hub space would demonstrate that the community of West Vancouver believes in the capacity of its future generations. As you will notice in the report to Council, District Youth Services staff have spoken with a variety of community partners about these objectives, and all share the enthusiasm for a youth hub model. If I may take the opportunity to share one example of this consultation process. As many of you are aware, the West Vancouver Foundation has been gathering information to publish their Vital Signs document, which is basically a litmus test of the health and wellness of the community. Through their series of community vital conversations, themes such as belonging and inclusion have come to light as pivotal to community needs. Indeed, during the Youth Vital conversation, youth themselves echoed this sentiment, speaking passionately about the sense of belonging a hub space such as the AYC afforded them over the years. While staff have explored a variety of possible youth hub models, 2 among these are preferred. One option involves a partnership with West Vancouver Schools at the Inglewood Secondary School located in the 1700 block of Inglewood Avenue, wherein drop-in space and meeting rooms could be used outside of school hours. The other option would involve a purpose-built standalone youth hub of roughly 2,400 square feet, hopefully located at the AYC site. In closing, we recommend that staff be directed to return to Council by March 2020 with a detailed business plan, including proposed capital and operating budget costs, supporting the development of a physical youth services hub in a central location in West Vancouver. Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you so much for your time and attention this evening. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. We have a few questions, actually growing list. Starting with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that presentation. I'm always really encouraged by the work that you folks do. Being the youngest member of my colleagues here, certainly. Sorry, are you disputing that with Councillor Lambert? Oh, okay, fair enough. But yes, no, so I'm really encouraged by the work that you do. I'm curious, in the report under 6.3, you say you've identified some potential partners. Is that with respect to funding or more in terms of program development and implementation? And then subsequent to that, I don't know if it's a question best directed to you or to Ms. Gordon, but the costs that are potentially identified here with respect to a new youth hub, capital and operating, if they've been identified in the 5-year financial plan that was brought forward to us earlier this year. Many layers there.
The costs associated with this would be in next year's budget.
So were they in the 5-year financial plan or
No,
yet?
they are not in there yet.
Okay. So have sources of potential funding been identified for all of these different elements of this?
Through Madam Mayor, the sources of identified funding have not been identified, but what we have identified is the extraordinary partnership potentials that can happen through a hub model. So the programming that can take place, and I think some of our youth staff can speak to that, but the opportunities that are there, we are really seeking council direction before we move to the next step, but that would be part of the equation. And I guess I should say that we have talked to, our partners that are here this evening, and they're very supportive of helping us and achieve whatever vision we want to achieve so that we can continue to support youth.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you for the presentation, but more importantly, thank you for all the work that you do. It's very, very important and it's much appreciated. I'm in full support of this, as it will come as no surprise to any of you. And the sooner we do this, the better. I guess I have a couple of questions. My understanding from the presentation is that the proposed new facility would include all of the functions of the youth center, the former youth center, but also expand upon them. Is that correct?
Through Madame Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And is through that is the idea to service a broader segment of the youth population, do you think? Will the programming that you'd like to deliver service a broader percentage, a larger percentage of youth, or is it more in-depth programming for the existing component of youth, do you think?
So through Madame Mayor, I think absolutely we'll continue to service the youth that we have served through the programs and services, and through potential partnerships, we would hope that we can expand that out to other groups of youth, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's important because there are, if the clubhouse, the soccer clubhouse goes ahead, that will serve, sports-oriented youth. And then there's youth that are more, have some challenges, who might be sort of core need, but there's a big group in between that I don't think are serviced. I have a son in grade 8 and a son in grade 9, and the reality is in the evenings and weekends, there is nowhere they feel for them to go and in their cohorts. So they wander around. They might go to Park Royal, they'll wander around the beach, and I think, if there was programming, if there was a movie night, if there was, activities, I think you'd really draw from that population, and I think it's good to have the mixing. But anyway, that's, I guess, not so much a question. Do you have a sense, maybe I missed it in the presentation, but do you have a sense of what kind of square footage you're thinking about?
Through Madam Mayor, yes.
Sorry, I did miss it.
We've identified 2,400 square feet as an optimal size for a standalone facility. Obviously, we were very spoiled over the years, having a facility the size of the Ambleside Youth Center. 2,400 square feet allows for some open, flexible floor space, as well as some meeting space.
No, that seems exceedingly modest. Do you have any preference between the Inglewood site or something closer to Marine Drive and the old location? It seems to me, I don't mind the Inglewood site. I mean, my kids both go to West Van High. I live near there, but I would think that it would be easier for youth, and they tend to congregate more down at Ambleside. Do you have any thoughts on that?
We've talked a lot about that. At this point in time, we can see both advantages and disadvantages to both locations. Obviously, with the Inglewood Secondary School site, it does allow for continuum of service for those students that are at the school. It's a little bit more easily accessible for them to be able to go to a programmable space that's at their own school. And one of the benefits too is that it means that we wouldn't have to spend as much money on capital infrastructure going that route. But it would mean that we'd need a really strong partnership sort of around shared space agreement with the schools, which we haven't had that conversation with them quite yet. In terms of a purpose-built, free, standalone building at the Ambleside area, one of the major benefits to us would be to have complete control of the space for youth programming in the district, and to be able to be responsive to need and develop new programs, initiatives as youth want them to happen. So,
have you, and again, I apologize if I missed this one, but have you done any preliminary in pencil capital needs for either of those? Because what I'm hearing from the Inglewood site is that the infrastructure cost is going to be lower. Potentially, it's partially renovating a space, whereas obviously at Ambleside, it's a whole new purpose-built space. Do you have any sense of that?
so in terms of operating costs,
No, capital costs.
capital costs, no, that would be put in the business plan that we would come back in March. We'd be able to lay out all of the cost options and funding options in that business plan.
Okay, so, and then the last thing, I guess, is maybe, do we need to think about a two-stage process here? I'm concerned that sometimes these projects in West Vancouver take a while to come to fruition. Is there, are we thinking about potential of having, let's say, a double-wide trailer put somewhere in the short term, and realizing it may take, let's say, 2 or 3 years for a purpose-built facility to be built? Is that something that's under consideration?
I'll speak to that through Madam Mayor. Obviously, we're open to entertaining any and all opportunities, and if a model can be put in place quickly, that's obviously advantageous to youth. We've actually looked in a very preliminary fashion at modular structures, which of course can be, because of their prefab nature, erected in a very short timeline. They do tend to be less expensive, as well as structures built in place. So we're looking at, we would be looking at approximately $250 per square foot for a modular structure. Obviously, you could run twice as much as that for something built, a standalone purpose building that's built on a site. The idea of expediency could be addressed by a modular structure, but as you say, even more so perhaps by a trailer or that kind of building.
Because I'm thinking of people in the development industry who have show homes or show suites, and you could certainly approach one of the major developers. Many of them have quite a few philanthropic efforts, and say, look, can we in a sense rent one of your old show suites for a couple of years? And I mean, what a great public relations and a gift from them. I'm concerned about moving this forward now and just then getting a report in 6 months. And of course, getting a report in 6 months means that's even the start of developing a plan to move forward. So I just as soon move this forward by the recommendation, but also direct staff as a second piece to look at an interim solution for the next, let's say, make it up 2 years, which we could hopefully do with a relatively modest amount of money and maybe get sponsorships for it. So I'll be making that suggestion if staff are not going to wave me off on that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
So continuing in the same vein, is there space available at Inglewood right now?
Through Madame Mayor, so the Inglewood Secondary School site is used during the day as part of the school curriculum programs, and preliminary conversations have happened for potentially looking at using that space outside of school time.
Okay, so there's nothing vacant, so the after-hours function could be accommodated at Inglewood. I'm just following up on Councillor Cameron's notion of a two-stage process and getting something in place now, fast-tracking the process, whatever it takes to have something that is a dedicated youth space. I don't think it serves anyone's needs to go for the more perfect solution and have a 2.5-year gap between now and then. So sort of any and all solutions that might offer a temporary solution, I think. And, you know, and if it is a 2-year time frame, I think that's perfectly viable to consider either doing a renovation into some existing space or accommodating the center in trailers, and that can easily be done. It doesn't even have to be purpose-built in the same way that they bring trailers onto a construction site and knit them together for a thing. It's not ideal, but at least it is a place. So I'd be very much in support of something along those lines.
Through the mayor, one of the things we didn't address in the presentation was the extensive work that has happened in the last 6 months to look at existing facilities that the district owns and whether or not they're viable for us to host alternative drop-in spaces. So you can take a look through the council report. We've listed some options that we've looked into and trialed. We've continued to look with local community and businesses to see if there's other options available for us. But at this moment, we don't. We haven't found anything that has fit our needs quite yet.
Councillor Gambioli.
So 2 questions. First of all, this is a huge amount of work. Thank you so much for doing all this. I really feel that the school district needs to be involved, as you have suggested. And I am wondering if it shouldn't be just the public school system, schools involved. It should be the 3 private schools involved as well. So my question is are they going to be partnering on this? And have we talked to them about their involvement?
So through Madame Mayor, we haven't had conversations with any of the private schools yet. It's just been with the school, just West Vancouver schools.
Okay, so I put that out as a suggestion because it's not only kids from the public school system that we're dealing with, right? And secondly, we've been trained quite well over the past few years by our CFO to not be taking on any new assets without a long-term maintenance plan. So I see that the business plan would include proposed capital and operating budget costs, but what about long-term maintenance costs? That has been our downfall over the past 100 years, and we're now trying to fix up old buildings, and we have not put any money away. So I would suggest, please, that in your business plan, you include that long-term maintenance cost, which is not insignificant. And those are all my questions, because it's time for questions right now.
Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Peter, you've been around for a while. I know it's been paramount for staff to consider the safety of youth. That has taken place over the last number of years.
Oh, that's always one of the most important things, if not the most important thing that we think about when we're delivering youth services, the safety of our youth.
Now, and so you have tolerance codes within youth services in the facilities that say people harmless?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
You have tolerance codes within youth services that would prevent saving people harmless from somebody putting upon them?
I'm sorry, Councillor Sokrovich, I'm not
Well,
sure I
if-
know where you're going.
Maybe if there was a youth that was creating problems, you'd say, out the door, you're not welcome.
Oh, yeah, we have a code of conduct that we apply to, that's actually applied in all of our district spaces, and it's up to our, myself and all of our youth staff that are supervising those spaces to make sure that any issues get addressed, respectively and effectively. And certainly, we don't like to kick youth out of the facilities.
Yeah.
We actually want to bring them in and support them, and do that through guiding and supporting good behavior.
Thank you. Would the plan call for identifying the number of youth that would be using these facilities in total?
So through Madame Mayor, again, as we said in the presentation, prior to closing the Ambleside Youth Centre in November and December of last year, we were seeing over 130 youth come through the doors on Friday and Saturday nights. And we would hope that when we are back in operation in a temporary facility or a new facility, that we're going to see those same numbers, as well as supporting the one-to-one youth that the outreach team works with on a weekly basis.
Okay. So one of my suggestions would be that that you utilize the school board, you utilize space that they already have, and that maybe you want to annex out into the community, which might mean more youth workers, but for the most part, if it's a large number, they won't draw them from the western side of the community. You could have a hub out there as well, rented space, either community center or public sector. And I wouldn't be so light to get on the old bandwagon and start seeing some of our corporate citizens here to start funding some of this. Would be really worthwhile. I don't ever forget that one. The other thing is, if you cite Inglewood or down at the water, wherever, in fairness to youth, they're young and can walk, but for the most part, there should be a shuttle service wherever they are from point A to point B. We do it for seniors, we do it for everybody else. There's no reason why we can't do a shuttle service for youth. Should be in the plan, at least, to consider that. So, good job. It's worthy to look after our youth and keep them safe in this community, and hope it goes well.
Thank you. I'll just wrap up then. I am with the questions, and then we do have speakers that are wanting to speak on this, or one that's wanting to speak. I do want to thank you guys for all your work, and like Councillor Cameron, I've been very supportive of youth, and the demise of the youth center is presenting us with an opportunity to really find something that's more permanent, more appropriate, and meets all the needs of youth. So I think this is a good opportunity, and I would like to see it moved as quickly as possible, because we've already lost 9 months. My question relates to partnerships, and I'm happy to hear you're talking to the school district. The Foundry, I've also heard of an interest by either Vancouver Coastal Health or, well, it would be Vancouver Coastal Health, and Dr. Matthias, to working with us. And I just wondered if you had any discussions about that, considered that. I know it is a one-stop shop service, and there are youth workers, and I think you're even participating in that as well in Lower Lonsdale. But it seems like a really cool model, and so that's my question around the Foundry and opportunities there.
Madam Mayor, we are very interested in talking to the Foundry. There is a meeting coming up in later September. I believe I don't have the date right now, but the Foundry would definitely be of interest as a partner. We see ourselves working with our police department, potentially having a youth health clinic. These are the type of partnerships. We have other partners that we work with closely, so really pulling together all of the partners that we work with and others that may like to be involved to really see a hub of services for youth. offered in West Vancouver, and it would be quite unique for West Van.
Great, good, thank you. So I do have, on this item, Elaine McCarg has signed up. She'd like to come. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go far, we may have some other comments, questions.
Hello, Mayor and Council and hardworking staff. My name is Elaine McCarg. I'm a resident of West Vancouver, and I'm also here on behalf of the West Vancouver Foundation. I just wanted to take the opportunity to formally thank the Youth Services Group for being such wonderful professional services, providing such wonderful professional services and support to the West Vancouver Foundation. Jan Rydell has been a member of the Vital Signs 2019 Advisory Council and has been invaluable with her colleagues in helping us better reach youth and young adults and to be able to hear their opinion and their issues with regard to the community. We held two vital conversations, one with young adults and one with youth, and they, in both cases, discussed the need for place. And those of you who know the Vital Signs report know that place and programming need to go hand in hand. Their feedback was very much around purpose-built space that allowed for them to have, the word autonomy came out, but allowed for them to have space that they could grow in, that they could explore in, and that they could build relationships in between each other and also with the youth services staff in a trusting manner. And so and there was a number of alumni who were in the young adults group who spoke about how important that space had been, the Ambleside Youth Center, and what a loss it was to their community. So I just, I wanted to just share that with you. I think that this group goes above and beyond in reaching the youth and looking for people who need them in various different ways and being able to address youth that are vulnerable, even if they're only vulnerable for a certain period of time, which is often the case. And I just, as I say, wanted to formally thank them for their support and this good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your partnership around supporting young people and getting their voice out. So thank you for that. I will call, the next speaker is Matt Gull from the Rotary Club. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much, the mayor and council and the dear committee members. Thank you very much for the hard work and to bring that important matter in front of us. As a Rotary Club, we are supporting the project totally, and we are ready to explore with them and support. And as a Rockbridge Secondary School, we have an Interact program, and we have Interact clubs, and we can get a support from the youth, and we also have some experience with them. And totally agree, the youth, they are looking for something isolated to be, feel special. They don't want to be in the part of the, in the one place, in temporary, They need a personal space for them. And why? Because it's a transition period, and I have two young kids, 14 and 18 years old, and I'm seeing basically all those things. They're always looking forward to meet with their friends, and they cannot go to certain places. They're always looking for the opportunity. I think it is worth it to try. I think it is worth it to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think I have any other speakers on this item, so I will get Councillor Cameron to put the motion on the floor.
Would the youth do cross boundaries to the West Van Youth Center?
Yes, we find that youth seem to they don't know boundaries. They cross over and connect with wherever youth are.
So the numbers could rise on the North Shore then to a new facility?
It could, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Councillor Cameron?
On that point, Councillor Soprovich, I will note that my son, for example, in grade 9, has a number of friends who go to West Van High who live in North Vancouver, and then some of them have gone to school with him since preschool. And so, boundaries are just administrative boundaries. These are our youth. If a youth is in need and they have a tie to West Vancouver, they want to come to the West Van Youth Centre, I think we should welcome them with open arms, just as we would hope that our youth from West Vancouver, if they went to North Vancouver, were welcomed with open arms. I'm going to make two motions, as I alluded to. The first one is the staff motion as written, which says that staff be directed return to council by March 2020, and I'll say parenthetically, if not sooner, with a detailed business plan, including proposed capital and operating budget costs, supporting the development of a physical youth services hub in a central location in West Vancouver. And I won't belabor it. We've spoken enough on this. All I can say is I'm 100% in favor of this. And I offer a little feedback that from my perspective, from what I see of the youth, a standalone facility and one that's closer to Marine Drive and the beach and Park Royal is one that I think would have more uptake and be more attractive to youth. But I'll leave that to the experts and the youth themselves. So thank you for this, and I can't wait to see it come back.
Councillor Gambioli?
So I'll just ask if I can make a friendly amendment and add the word maintenance after the word capital.
Sure.
So that we include capital maintenance and operating budget costs.
Sure.
All right. The only thing I want to add is, I was on the Youth Services Review Implementation Group way back, and I've been following this issue for several years. This is the last outstanding, as the report says, last outstanding objective of that group as well as the technical group. And a couple things. I think youth should be very much involved in picking a location and the design of that. I also think we should really use this opportunity to be creative, to make a special place for youth. We have a fantastic senior center in our community that sends a strong message to our seniors that they're welcome here. And I've always envisioned a similar place for our youth, that they're welcomed here and it's a special place. And I think I would like to hear from the youth on which location works best, but I tend to agree with my colleagues that the Marine Drive, close to the bus stop, they want free Wi-Fi, they want food, they want an affordable hangout with friends. It's a beautiful location near the beach there. So finding something that is already built or modular or, I don't know, even a double wide, we just need to really get creative around this so that we create something that looks like we care. So good luck. I would like to see it sooner rather than later as well. And I will definitely support this 100%. Any other? Okay, call the question then. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
So
You have a second
yeah,
motion?
I'll just make a quick second motion. Staff be directed to return to council at the earliest practical opportunity with a proposal for an interim dedicated youth space in the district. I'll just leave it at that. You know what we're looking for and you know what you can do. And I will liaise with you tomorrow, and I'll see if I can put you in touch with people who may be willing to sponsor that. So is that, want me to read it again? Mr. Panathan?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Staff be directed to return to council at the earliest practical opportunity with a proposal for an interim dedicated youth space in the district.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Good luck. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Peter, this is another great one for someone with Anthem. They're going to have a show soon. BPP. Then they can sponsor it.
I think we'll be able to find a developer who's got the shares.
That would be great. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 7. Election, sorry, Mr. Pannington?
Thank you. Oh, I was just going to say thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
You were still talking, so I apologize for interrupting.
Election sign limitations, detailed options.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick recap of how we got here for Council's benefit. So at the December 10th, 2018 regular meeting, Council unanimously passed a resolution directing staff to prepare and submit a report within 90 days that outlined options for limiting the number, size, and location of election signs for future general, local, provincial, and federal elections. In accordance with Council's resolution, staff brought forward a report to the March 4th, 2019 regular meeting that outlined a range of potential limitations that could be applied to election signs. Included in that report was a table that highlighted the approach taken by many, if not all, of the other Metro Vancouver municipalities relative to regulating election signs, so that Council could have a baseline for comparison as to what staff were proposing. With regard to that table, I will note that since the report was published back in March, the City of Surrey has passed a bylaw that prohibits the placement of election signs anywhere on city property due to the time and costs associated with enforcement. As far as I'm aware, there haven't been any changes to any of the other municipalities. And then at the March 4th, 2019 regular meeting, Council unanimously passed a resolution directing staff to develop and report back to Council with a range of detailed options that would limit the size, design, location, and number of, as well as display period for election signs. So that brings us to tonight. This report is presented in accordance with Council's March 4th, 2019 resolution. Staff are recommending that Council provide direction for the preparation of an election sign bylaw that places limitations on size, design, location, and number of, as well as display period for election signs in accordance with the detailed provisions set out in option C of Appendix B to this report. I'm not a huge fan of PowerPoint, but I've got option C fancily displayed here for your benefit. Just to go over these quickly, it's one sign per candidate per designated location. Staff are proposing 15 designated locations, and this is on public property. With regard to private property, we're proposing one sign for each candidate on private property with no limit on the total number of signs. So in the last election, we had approximately 25 candidates between mayor, council, and school trustee races, so that person could theoretically have 25 signs, one for each person running in the race on their property. The maximum area staff are recommending is 0.7 meters squared. Our handy illustration here, which we can also hold up for people who can't see it, is that size, just so that we have a visual aid. With regard to locations, publicly, signs would only be allowed in the 15 locations set out in the schedule, which we provided to council. And generally, we just don't permit them to obscure traffic or impede safety. With regard to timing, for federal and provincial elections, we would set the date at 30 days prior to voting day. And for local elections, it would be 21 days prior to voting day. And we would require that the signs be removed within 3 days following voting day. Some restrictions are proposed: not illuminated, animated, or flashing, only 2 sign faces, not dilapidated or unsightly, not on vehicles or trailers, no sound vehicles, and no logo or mark owned by the municipality. And unlike our current sign bylaw, which only applies to local government elections, this would be applicable to all federal, provincial, local, and school trustee elections, or any public referenda as well. So these limitations have been reviewed by engineering staff and bylaw staff, and I brought Ms. Wharton back. You all remember her from our election, here to answer questions and assist with the report. So with that, we'll turn it over to council for questions and the public for input. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any council questions first before I go to the public? Councillor Thompson?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, Councillor Lambert got there first, but I turned his mic on. That's my
Oh,
mistake.
okay.
That's okay. Go ahead. Okay. In your proposal with the 15 locations, and presuming, let's just assume for a moment that we have the same number of candidates for mayor and council and school trustee, don't know, but there are about 25 of those. When I just kind of eyeballed some of those sites, there is no way that some of those sites could take 25 signs, 0.7 square meters in area or or smaller even. So something would have to be done. There are solutions to that, I suppose, but that I'm just pointing that out as an issue. Another a question, a point of clarification. When you say the maximum height at 0.7 meters above grade, if that's to the top of the sign is just sitting on the ground, or is that meant to be to the bottom of the sign?
The grade just means to the bottom of the sign is what
Okay,
proposed.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Have you given any thought to if this applies to people running in groups, wanting to put their names on, multiple names on one sign?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Councillor Thompson. So the last election saw our first slate, at least in my time with the district. Staff haven't really had the opportunity to figure out how that rule would apply yet. The two obvious options are either it would be one sign per candidate, regardless of how many names are on there, or each candidate could have a sign that had however many names that they run as a slate. Really, we'd probably come back to council once we were in the more finalized bylaw drafting stage and get council's input as to what they would like to see. Staff don't really have a firm perspective on that one way or another at this point.
I understand.
Thank you.
Can I ask you if you have any idea of how much time was invested in this report?
Approximately probably about 30 hours between the two reports and the research put together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious, Mr. Panatin, sorry, you seem to be on the hot spot tonight. How did you come up, or how did the team come up with the numbers in option C, specifically 0.7 square meters, 15 locations? Because I note from the comparative charts, of course, every municipality has everything across the map. So how did you land on those specific numbers?
With regard to the locations, if I may address the second part of your question first, staff essentially looked at high traffic areas. Ms. Wharton did a lot of driving around and kind of looking at, and based on our experience with the previous election, where the concentrations of election signs were. Given that West Vancouver is pretty geographically diffuse, we also tried to find hot spots essentially around the municipality where we thought that there was a above average chance that people would drive past and see the election signs. So we were looking for high traffic throughout the municipality essentially, and based on what was available, we came up with the 15 locations. I should note that, kind of as an aside, the engineering division sets out specific sign locations where individuals can put signs for advertising purposes. You see some of those, such as at the corner of Mathers and 21st Street, usually ads for plays or other services, etc. So we worked with them to make sure that we weren't allowing election signs in the same locations as the advertising signs, because we didn't want to create too much confusion or anything. So some of those locations that were already designated, we avoided on purpose because they were already allocated for a different purpose. With regard to the size, staff essentially looked at the average sign size that most members of council and individuals who ran in the last election used. It was generally the lawn sign with the metal forks. And so given that there was some varying dimensions and everything that all candidates used in the last election, we thought that this would kind of be a good catch-all size that wouldn't require anyone to have to go out and order a bunch of new signs or anything like that. So essentially, it was mostly just a best guess on staff's part.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Gambioli.
Okay, so I have a number of questions. On the first column, the number restrictions. So I understood that, part of the impetus for wanting to restrict the number of election signs is a sort of an unsightliness, but that the other reason is really that they're all made of plastic, and we can't get around that. That I know of in this day and age, they're very hard to recycle, and so we want to have fewer of them. It's a sustainability or a waste, issue. So why have you not suggested a limit on the total number of signs?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Gambioli, the primary difficulty on the total number of signs on public property really comes down to the ability of the bylaw division to effectively enforce that number. Anything over, say, 25 to 50 signs scattered throughout the municipality, it becomes essentially impossible for a bylaw officer to determine, whether a candidate actually has the 25 that they're permitted, or if they've got 30 or 40. I mean, the numbers that we're talking about from the last election, where there was 25, in excess of 2,500 signs throughout the municipality, it's very difficult for staff to determine whether candidates are staying within their allotted 100, 200, 300 signs. So we could set it at a very low number. We could say 10 signs, pick your location, and then it would be easier for bylaw officers in the field. But again, assuming 25 candidates through the various races for office, that's still 250 distinct signs that staff would have to cross-check and confirm in order to determine whether each candidate was within their limits. So the easiest in terms of enforceability was to designate areas, because that way staff would know by default that anything outside of those areas was not a permitted sign.
So are you still proposing, though, that candidates of any jurisdiction would be applying for sign permits?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Gambioli, yes. So under the current enforcement regime, the election sign bylaw only applies to municipal elections. So there is no sign permit provisions that require federal or provincial candidates to take out a sign permit. And through that sign permit, we try and do a little bit of cost recovery relative to administration and enforcement costs. So essentially, by applying the sign permit fee, which is relatively nominal to all elections, then it would allow us to do a bit more cost recovery. A lot of the times signs aren't removed, or staff have to spend some extra time at the end of the day taking things down, so it would help offset that cost.
Okay, so I still think, though, that, maybe I'll comment on this later, but when you apply for a sign permit, we say this is how many signs you're applying for, and we trust that people are not going to do any more than that. Anyway, so I think there should be a limit. We'll talk about that later. Thank you for explaining the maximum area. I would submit, though, that because the maximum area that you're suggesting is 0.7, and you said that it's kind of drive-by locations, that's actually not very big for a drive-by location. I'm thinking it needs to be a bit bigger if there's only going to be, a dozen locations. In the third column, location restrictions at the very bottom, you have said permitted on private property, and we've taken out the part that says with permission of the owner. On the boulevard with permission of the owner. Why did that disappear?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Gambioli, the intent was, in this regard, to signal that any member of the public who owns private property could go to a candidate and request a sign. Our intent would be to still, if it's candidates, sorry, let me rephrase that. So under the proposed option C, boulevards are municipal property, and so candidates wouldn't be able to place an election sign on a municipally owned boulevard. It would have to be limited to one of those 15 locations. So this reference to private property only refers to privately owned property, i.e. the house on the other side of the boulevard, and what that owner could place on their property.
So you mean behind the fence or behind the hedge of trees is where you're supposed to put the sign?
Some people have a front lawn.
Not many people anymore. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, and why in column 4, when we talk about the time period, why have you suggested that for federal and provincial elections, it would be 30 days prior to voting, and for municipal, it would be only 21 days prior to voting day?
Councillor, those dates are based on when the election period for federal versus provincial are. So when the writ is dropped or they go seek the dissolution of Parliament. So we're picking kind of the middle sections of those periods of time when they can call the election. Again, based on an average period and what some other municipalities are doing. And then the 3 days is for removal is pretty much the same as we had before.
Sure. Okay, so for example, last week when the writ was dropped, I can't remember the date, but that wasn't 30 days from the
40
federal
days.
election. It was 40 days.
Yeah, there's,
40
I think it's a time period. He had until this coming last Sunday to do it, so there's a period of time. It's not an exact date. So again,
So you're
we sort of
suggesting
cut
if-
the difference.
So you're
between-
suggesting if the writ, like this time, if the writ were dropped last week, people still couldn't put up their signs for another few days from now?
That's how this would work, yes.
That's how this would work. Okay,
Although,
and,
sorry, Madam Mayor, through to Councilor Gambioli, this is just a suggestion of staff, so if council would prefer to just tie it into the date of the writ, then that's certainly a modification that staff are happy to place in the bylaw.
okay, and on that topic then, for local elections, or for any of these elections, again, I'm assuming that when we put out the sign, the signs can be put out after the candidate has filed their documentation and paid their permit fees as well, right? Because,
That's correct, Councilor Gambioli.
right, and that would be then for the other two levels of government as well. They would have to pay a permit fee.
Yes, they would have to take out a permit fee. We wouldn't necessarily have knowledge as to when they filed their papers per se, but they would be required to get a permit from the municipality.
Cha-ching, okay, good. How, in column number 5, how do we determine what is a dilapidated or an unsightly sign?
Madam Mayor, that was an instance of staff borrowing language from other municipalities. Essentially, if it's been used for probably the past 15 elections or so, and it might be,
Bill.
Dilapidated
signs.
So, Madam Mayor, as long as they're in good condition, we just really didn't want individuals who would place, ripped signs or anything like that. So,
Reused and recycled is not okay? I'm kidding.
reuse and recycle is
I'm
fine as long
kidding.
as they're not unsightly.
I'm kidding. Not on vehicles or trailers, and no sound vehicles, meaning I can't drive my caravan through town with a blaring, loudspeaker yelling my name. Is that what you mean?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Gambioli, again, a lot of these issues are issues that have arisen for other municipalities. They're not ones that we have had the privilege of addressing yet in West Vancouver, but should they come up, staff would like to have the necessary enforcement tools to deal with them proactively as opposed to not take any action until the next time we can get a bylaw in front of council. Thank you.
Councillor Soprovich.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I've used the same size for 22 years, and
Too big.
no, quite frankly, Election Canada want to give me a medal. Election BC. I find it humorous that you would poke fun at that, but financially, it's been an absolute wonder to do that. I spent a lot of money at the beginning to get them painted. I've discarded a few, and they're still in great shape, and I continue, if I run again, to use them again. I only have about 50 left, and I don't see that a problem. And this is about municipal property. You still have the right to put a sign on it, 17,000 homes in West Vancouver by permission of the owner.
That's correct, Councilor
So
Soprovich.
it's not limiting truly, but however, does this policy really affect my constitutional rights of freedom of speech?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Soprovich, considering that both the City of Vancouver and the City of Surrey do not permit any election signs on public property whatsoever, and also this bylaw is congruent with restrictions already in place for Port Moody, Port Coquitlam, and Coquitlam, to my understanding, we believe, and it's our solicitor's opinion, that it is congruent.
So I see in permitted on private property, not in all cases that you have acknowledged that it's on private property, which is truly, if I wasn't given that right to do that, that would be infringement on my constitutional rights, would it not?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Soprovich, staff would certainly never presume to tell private individuals how to operate in terms of freedom of expression. So yes, I concur with Councilor Soprovich's statement.
And under levels of government where we are the local level of government, how does our jurisdiction, again, on public property have an effect on the provincial federal authority?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councilor Soprovich, my understanding, and based on inquiries that we've received from candidates and their teams for the federal election, is that the federal and provincial candidates are required to abide by any local regulations that may be in force.
Only on public property?
On public property, that's
Thank
correct.
you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Just a couple of final questions. Mr. Panneton, I was wondering if you could clarify what this would mean for federal and provincial sites that are within West Vancouver. So, for example, DFO or BC Ferries, Cypress Provincial Park, I believe. So they would technically not be municipal property, but would be within West Vancouver. So how would this potential bylaw play out in those sites?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Wong, the intent for this bylaw at least is to target sites owned by the District of West Vancouver in terms of public property. I don't know if we would have the authority, and I think in this context, those sites that you've named would be considered private property, even though they're publicly owned, they're not administered by the district. So I don't believe we'd have enforcement options. I mean, contextually, I would say that the federal government probably wouldn't necessarily want to have certain candidates putting signs up for fear that they'd be seen as endorsing someone in an election race, but that's just my opinion.
Sure. And then as a follow-up question to Councillor Gambioli, it's an interesting point you make about the material of the signs. I'm curious what material you could propose, because I noticed that even the Green Party for the federal election uses corrugated plastic. So what else is there, Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Well, Councillor Wong has raised an interesting point because I think that I would urge staff to research the issue if this becomes an issue of regulating public lands like Ministry of Transportation lands or DFO lands, because those are not private lands. They are certainly within the jurisdiction of the District of West Vancouver. For example, even private property is within the jurisdiction. You can't put a 20-foot by 20-foot illuminated sign on your front yard. We regulate people's private property. So with all due respect to Councillor Soprovich, his understanding of freedom of speech is not complete in this situation. And of course, the municipality retains a discretion to regulate signs on private property. But leaving that aside, I would think that somehow exempting provincial lands, such as the Ministry of Transportation lands along the highway or the DFO lands along Marine Drive, is going to mean a proliferation of signs on those lands. And I know that the ministry doesn't necessarily like that, but I can tell you for a fact, last election there was a great many signs along the highway, on-ramps and off-ramps. So if that is not part of this suggestion, I think it needs to be revisited, because I would suggest to you that it's highly likely the municipality does have the jurisdiction to regulate that, and it should not somehow other lands that are held by other public institutions should not be exempted from this. That those bodies do not preference one person or another. They don't have free speech rights in the same manner as, for example, a private property owner does. So the notion that somehow Ministry of Transportation, I mean, basically that means all the lands, or a great deal of lands up Taylor Way and along the highway, would be exempted from this. So at that point, it starts becoming much less effective. So it concerns me, the response to that, and I would suggest that it's not actually a correct understanding of our ability.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Cameron, if staff are directed to proceed with this bylaw, then the next time we come back to council, we'll certainly have some answers to the questions that Councillor Cameron has posed. We haven't done the research yet, so I don't want to provide an answer off the cuff, but I'm happy to provide that information to council when we next meet. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Cameron? So I just have a few questions. They have to do with your use of averages, and I'm not necessarily, if there's a good rationale, fair enough, but I'm a little concerned on the sign size, because, and maybe my math is wrong, just converting it, because I'm used to ordering the signs in feet, but this maximum area at 0.7 square meters is a kind of a weird area size, 7.5 square feet, whereas from my recollection, the signs were 2 by 2, 4 by 4, so you're at 4 square feet, or 16 square feet, or 24 square feet if you do 4 by 6s, and so, and then above grade, it's works out to 2.3 feet roughly above grade. So I don't, for one thing, I don't know how easy it is to order signs that are 7.5 square feet. And secondly, I think we should be mindful of the practicalities of this. And unless my colleagues have other input, my recollection is that it's kind of the standard sizes are 2x2, 4x4. So let's be a little more prescriptive around that, and also put it in both metric and standard measurements, because, yeah. So that's with that issue. I think we've got to nail that down a little bit better. And then I kind of have the same issue with the number of days, in particular around the 21 days. You said that that's an average as well from some of the other municipalities.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, the local government 21 days is, that goes back to the last day to submit nomination papers for the local government election. So that's not an average. That's from the Friday, which is the last day to submit nomination papers, to general voting day. That is 21 days. So the intent, again, is that all candidates, assuming they've got their sign permit, can put up their signs on the last day to submit nomination papers. So everyone will have submitted their nomination papers, and then on the same day.
And just remind me, you couldn't get a sign permit prior to filing your nomination papers, or could you?
No, Madam Mayor. So only candidates are allowed under the sign bylaw to place signs, and you're not a candidate until you've submitted the nomination papers. This was an attempt by staff to level the playing field a little bit between the people who are able to get the first appointment on the first day versus those who don't necessarily have the ability to do that. But it could be once individuals submit their nomination papers, if that's what council so wishes.
Okay, and I think those are my main questions. Thank you. All right, so we have one member of the public signed up, Mr. Cave.
Mayor and Council, welcome back to the quiet, peaceful chamber here. I'm a little passionate about election signs and the money we're wasting. West Vancouver has limited resources, and to spend staff time on a sign bylaw for elections is just wasteful. If it is not broken, as they say, incumbents have name recognition, and election signs help level that playing field. Say we have 20 school board people, 20 councillors, 3 mayors running for office. We have those signs up in these small designated areas. We should then just either reduce the number of people that are allowed to run for office, or we can reduce the signs to 6 inches by 6 inches. They will fit perfectly within the spaces allocated. Illuminated signs on bus shelters for future campaigns. Perfect place. They're digital, and you can rent the space, and you guys should all be doing that and getting signed up right now for those that may run again. Elections represent the best of our democracy. A little chaos for a short period of time is why our fathers went to war. Freedom of speech and expression should not be denied by a sitting council. If you want to make major changes to the election process, run on your idea for change in the next election. This council continues to advocate for changes that they have not been given a mandate to pursue. This is the council that wanted to bring us toilets in front of Irwin Park Elementary School.
Mr. Cave, can you stay on point?
I am.
Thank you.
This council also wanted other things at Irwin Park. If the community's freedom of speech and expression had been suppressed by earlier councils, then all of this would have happened. But we had the right to parade, to march, to carry signs in our democracy. Suppressing our freedom to express our beliefs by what you can put on signs is not acceptable in any way. How many names can appear on a sign? What can be said on a sign? Designating where you can put signs is not acceptable. The public should be able to post signs that reflect their views. What problems have occurred over the last 20 years? I've been putting up signs for more than 20 years. Have there been thousands of complaints? Show us the results of the surveys. We've put our signs up, we take our signs down. There was not one sign left in the municipality after your election 4 years ago, neither for either candidate. The biggest change you can make and improve the democratic process is to change how the names appear on the ballots. Name sequence for the ballots should be drawn from a hat and should not be alphabetical. You can make this change without wasting staff time. This change will make for a more level playing field when voters go to the polls. Our freedoms are easily usurped by staff and councils. We, the citizens, must do everything necessary to protect our freedom to express ourselves in every way possible without government interference. Reject this sign bylaw. It is not required to preserve our democracy.
Thank you. Ms. Banham, Christine Banham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Christine Banham, 950 Taylor Way. My concern about this comes back to the practicality in terms of what Mayor Booth pointed out about the standard sizes available and what the don't write yourself a bylaw that you're going to trip over immediately. That's really the main thing. In that same vein, in the option C, I'm just kind of worried in the same vein that you write something that ends up being ultra-virus. The issue about not on personal vehicles, I'm not sure that you can do that. That's personal property. The fact that it's out in a road, not sure that that's the municipality's jurisdiction. I think ICBC might have something to say about that. We see a lot of vehicles that are wrapped for special advertising things. It may be their business or whatever. I think it goes a little too far. I think I would not want to have someone litigate the district on something that clearly, from the starting point, went too far. That's about it. I mean, I get the point. You don't really want it to turn into the Vegas Strip. I do recall that in the past election, and there's a number of people that said it's just too noisy, just too busy, and whatnot. But perhaps a little chaos is the price for informing the electorate that there's a special day they can show up and make a choice. So it obviously requires balance, but I'd be very, very cautious that you do something that's unenforceable, unpractical, and beyond your limits of what you should be putting your fingers into. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see any other speakers on this item. Can I get a motion? Is that you?
Right, so I am happy to make the recommendation as laid out in the report. And I'm just wondering, though, from Mr. Panetton's point of view, if there's some suggestions from all of us. Are you going to just take all that back in creating a new bylaw, or do you want us to give you specific feedback and make some decisions now by kind of straw poll?
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Gambioli, however much direction council is willing to give staff will evidently be useful in the drafting of a bylaw. There's really two ways to go about it. We've already heard from council this evening roughly as to some of the concerns and some of the things that council likes about the bylaw. So when council comments on the motion, they'd like to flesh out those things and provide some further direction to staff, that would be appreciated. Alternatively, if the direction is to prepare the bylaw, we can come back for first reading and get a list of more detailed modifications from council then. And actually, those aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. It might be both.
Okay.
Okay, so you're making the motion?
I just made the motion.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Lambert? Alrighty.
Okay, so it's actually great timing because we have a federal election happening right now, and we can start to see the proliferation of signs that are around and the sizes and the locations and whatnot. So I think it's an excellent time to talk about this. I actually think this is an excellent use of staff resources, and I'm really happy that you have been able to compare what we're thinking about with what all the other municipalities do. It's really important. I really feel strongly that during the last municipal election, the only feedback I ever heard, and it was many, many times, was, oh my God, there's so many signs. It's just disgusting. It's such a waste. It's so sick. We've got to do something. That was the only feedback I heard about the signs. So I believe we need to follow our own policy guidelines in reducing the use of plastics in this municipality. And our resources are limited, as we've said, in terms of staff and bylaw time. And so we need to make this as clean as possible. But, you know, our bylaw officers spend a lot of time during any campaign, municipally, I should say at the moment, going around taking our signs away from places they're not supposed to be. And that if this were more clear and were more simple, perhaps we would actually use less resources. So just in detail, option C. So here's my feedback. Number one, in the first column, I think we should have a limit on the total number of signs. I am going to throw a number out because I can't think of any others, but my number would be around 100 as a maximum. So that would include 12 or 15 large signs on those locations you've identified and a bunch of smaller ones. And I would say nobody needs more signs than that. I've got a concern around the size, the same as the mayor mentioned. As far as I know, signs are still printed in inches, and it's, 48 by 32 or 48 by 48. So we do need to standardize that. And I think this size is too small. I'm willing to go with a maximum of 4 by 4, or we should say there should be a limit of 15 4 by 4 foot signs in those prescribed locations, and then the rest of them can be smaller. The only other two concerns, actually the concern I just heard from the speaker about not on vehicles, that's actually a really good point. And I think we can't, that's going to be very tough to enforce. So the only other main point I have is around the time period. I really think that given that we can't control when the writ is dropped in relation to an election for federal or provincial, I think it should be as soon as the writ is dropped and the permit is paid for, both, right? Because we know that in the last election, people put signs up without having permits. So I certainly don't like the idea of that. And for municipal elections, 21 days I think is really short. And because we don't get very much press at the municipal level compared to provincial and federal, I really think we need to expand that. So I would be willing to say either 30 days or, I think as you suggested, the first day of the nomination period after you've, again, paid for your permit and filed your documents, would be better, just to enable more people to know about the local election.
Councillor Wong.
Did the seconder want to speak first?
Oh, yes, sorry. Councillor Lambert.
Yes, I do. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say, though, because I'm just wondering if we're going to replay this all again when we come back. I imagine everyone is going to state their preferences for modifications to this, and we have to find some way to come to some kind of resolution. So having said that, I'll just very quickly go over my suggested changes or things to look at. And as I said initially, I'd ask you to take a look at the one sign per candidate on designated location, because I don't think that that will necessarily work in all locations. The maximum area is a maximum area, but to the point made by Mayor Booth and Councillor Gambioli, there are sort of standard signs, and we should be working with the 2x2 and 4x4 sign sizes. And again, I mentioned, the height and got the clarification. It would be to the bottom of the sign, approximately the 2 feet above grade. And again, you'll have to, I guess, run this all past transportation in terms of sight lines and all of that. The comment on prohibiting signs on vehicles, I think, was a good one. In other words, that they really can't be, so we shouldn't do that. I don't have any trouble with anything else, including the 21 days prior to voting day. Most of the signs go up. It also makes that period of time where we have that sign pollution, if you want to refer to it that way, shorter. And really, those are my comments.
Councillor Thompson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly my colleagues and the public raised some interesting points, and so I certainly have concerns as to the 15 locations. The presumption, of course, is that future elections will have no more than the number of candidates we did last time, but that's never a guarantee, So certainly this could literally blow up in our faces in terms of being practically an actual implementable solution. Furthermore, I think there's something important about, I see both sides of the argument, right, in terms of making sure that the signs are not ugly, in terms of how they're placed and all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, I think it's balanced by the democratic process of putting your name out there. Certainly, I think that having restrictions on signs favors incumbents. I think of perhaps if we had, a new Canadian who was running for the first time, they may want to only put signs in a certain part of the neighborhood where their community lives. But if there's a restriction that doesn't allow them to do that, then those people may never know that that individual is running. Case in point, I look at a lot of new Canadians in West Vancouver who are new to the elections process, and so they don't know the ins and outs of, when the signs go up, this is what's happening. And so I think there's something really important to preserve when it comes to the democratic process in terms of, and I don't want to call it freedom of expression, because I know that's a whole other ball of wax, but certainly in order to be able to communicate one's vision and, ideas when it comes to an election. And then finally, perhaps, given that the concern was of the quote-unquote mess of signs at the last election, perhaps the bylaw could be amended to regulate how signs are placed. For example, signs cannot be blocking another sign's, view lines or things like that, to really help manage the way things look. So there could be a way to make them orderly and prettier, shall we say, versus some of the locations where last time it was, it was up for grabs as to what angle you place your sign, how tall they were, and all that sort of stuff. So certainly, I think those are some pretty important considerations that I think that need to be taken into account if this motion goes forward.
Councillor Cameron.
Well, not me.
Oh, sorry. Your name didn't come up. Councillor Thompson. Don't know why.
Do you want to go ahead?
No, it was, but I'm looking at my screen and.
Yeah.
So Councillor Thompson, Councillor Cameron's off, and Councillor Soprovich is on it. You want to speak again? Sorry. Pardon me? No, Councillor Cameron and Councillor Thompson haven't spoken yet.
I just have a comment or two.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm of the mindset that Elections BC kind of has this covered, and the municipality has had a few rules of its own that pretty much take care of business. And it's more a matter of enforcement by the municipality than anything that we're discussing here. And again, more of the mindset that status quo or no signs at all. is really, you know, where I would get into a debate about this. Like Bowen Island don't allow any political signs. I think when we start creating more variations to these policies, it does get more confusing and more challenging to enforce and whatever. Having said that, I was, you know, and I think for not having signs, eliminating signs altogether, the only really compelling reason for that, I think, is the environment, because quite frankly, as a candidate, it's a huge expense and a huge amount of time and money, or time and effort on someone managing the signs. I don't think people really realize what a gold medal the sign person needs in every election. So this weekend I was actually at Provincial Council where the discussion of shall we eliminate lawn signs came up. And it was a very compelling discussion, as this is. And my favorite comment was an MLA got up and he said, you know, I've run municipally a number of times and provincially a number of times and always been successful and never had signs. And people call me up in my campaigns and say, I'd like one of your lawn signs. And he'd say, I don't have any. So they'd ask, well, how do we tell who supports you? And he'd reply, whoever doesn't have a sign. So I thought it was brilliant. Yes. I also have concern, and I won't support going forward more time spent on this, because I think it's either status quo or we get into debate of no signage at all. And it's tough to hear that almost an equivalent of 4 days of an FTE time was spent on doing a report, and we're going to ask them to go back and do more. And I'm not even sure that's going to get us where we need to go. And I agree, too, with Councillor Lambert that we're going to get into a bit of a circular discussion. So, again, it comes back to deciding what we want to do and reinforcing it. Personally, you know, signs, the reality is there's quite a few people who actually don't even realize there's an election going on until they see the signs go up. And as much as I'd love to be above it all and say I don't need a sign, I'm well known enough, have enough integrity that I'll get elected because I'm just a great person. You know, they do make a difference, and they also create a story. You know, they chat about them over around the community, and it does create quite a buzz. And I think they're quite a compelling part of the campaign. But I do think you need to be responsible. You know, and just going back to, I think the mention of unsightly signs, I think that has to do more around vandalism. You don't leave things up that are damaged or written on. And MOTI does have policy around where you can put signs, and in fact, you can't put them on highways, entrances, or exits either. So there's a lot of good information there, and I'll stick with my place where I think status quo or no signage, and I won't support any more research on this.
Councillor Cameron, you haven't spoken yet. Okay, we've got Councillor Soprovich and Gambioli are going to speak a second time.
Have you gone yet?
I have not.
Okay, do you want me to go?
You go ahead and I'll go after
Yeah, I
you.
thought he did. Yeah, he did.
Well,
What is using
I don't know how to put this.
Maybe that was a question.
You know, there were years I didn't even put about 10 signs out. I got elected for the last 8 terms, which, you know, it says something. How much advertising do you have to do? I have a very unsettling feeling about this in relationship to one's constitutional right in freedom of expression of the democratic process, when the very roads and boulevards that the district under local government is, say, you giving restrictions, is really owned by the province. And not that that means anything, but what's next? You know, will we be restricting something else in the future of political game? When you run for office, you are opening up your door, time and effort to serve the people of any community you're in. And it should be, in my view, within restriction of a size. within the restrictions of a height. And the rest is open game. I can't really support this on the basis that it's coming, based on my principles. And I've been the least. You know, I've championed the cause of very few signs over the period and kept the same signs, which financially was a tremendous benefit. Many others, using plastic signs, throw them away after 4 years at an expense of $5,000 plus. So figure it out.
Councillor Gambioli?
I just have one little technical extra thing to add. Sorry, guys. On the map that you've given us, this handy dandy map, I would just say that actually I think that there are maybe too many locations proposed, and I would actually narrow it down from, I think it's 15 to 12 or 13. I don't think you need 2 spaces at the top of 21st, and I don't think you need one in Horseshoe Bay Park. Anyway, I would be happier with 12 or 13 locations, and I just remind the other members of council that all 7 of us voted to proceed with this and ask staff to go and do this work because we all supported this work. So to now say that you think it was a waste of time,
that's my choice.
I think is a little bit hypocritical now that it's been done.
So, Councillor Soprovich, Councillor Gambioli speaking. I don't think she's just speaking about you. So. Okay, Councillor Cameron.
Well, I had a number of people raise this with me during the election, and I said that I would bring it up for council's consideration, but this is not my hill to die on, and it seems quite evident that council has widely divergent views on what should happen here. I do think council does have the jurisdiction to regulate signs. We do regulate signs now, have always done, on public and private property. You can't put a neon sign on your front lawn. You cannot festoon your boulevard with anything you want. We limit expression in the interests of community values. So the question is, it can be done. Many other municipalities, as Mr. Patterson pointed out, are doing it and have done it, including going so far as to ban signs. But of course, the question is, should we do it? I'm concerned about the devil in the details here and getting mired into all of these discussions about how many locations, which locations. Councillor Lambert's point about, is there even room for 40, 50 signs at some of these locations? I'm very concerned about this not applying or applying unevenly, not on, for example, Ministry of Transportation lands or DFO lands or school board lands for that matter. Then there becomes the issue of whether, to my mind, every time your name appears on a sign, that counts as one of your signs. But, there's a legitimate difference of opinion that, you should be able to have as many names as you want on your sign, and that only counts for ones you erect. So I guess I would be much more, my overall objective in this was to reduce the visual pollution, reduce the amount of wasted time and effort on what is extremely low value speech. It says, a sign says nothing about a candidate, a sign says nothing about the candidate's qualifications. And what's happening, and what's happened in recent elections, is that, some candidates get more signs, so then other candidates are forced to buy more signs, and it becomes a race to up into more and more signs. And we're well past the part where it offers any utility. And I mean, are we going to have 500 signs, 1,000 signs for each candidate at the next election? I mean, it just gets ridiculous. So I was more drawn towards Councillor Gambioli's point of view. Limit the total number of signs and you level the playing field. That's what we should be trying to do here, is level the playing field. I feel like that's not on offer. The staff are not suggesting that. And the proposal that staff are suggesting is just going to create winners and losers. For example, in the designated spots, the first 5 people to put their 4x4 signs up there are gonna fill it, so then what happens to everyone else? So all we're gonna do is create winners and losers, and you shouldn't be elected based on how fast you were able to get your signs into 4 locations. I mean, again, it speaks nothing to the merits of the candidates. So I actually am coming around to Councillor Thompson's view. There should be, just leave it as be or have no signs at all. I would support no signs at all, but it seems that the community feedback and other people on council don't agree with that. I know in Whistler, the candidates all agree not to have signs, and I would enter into such an agreement consensually. But I don't want to, I'm concerned that if we put this forward to staff, that we've got 7 people going 7 different directions, and we're just going to waste time. And the most important thing, I think this is an issue worth exploring. I mean, almost all other municipalities have some sort of rules, so it's something that every municipality has sort of wrestled with. But I don't feel like we're going to get to a end point that's going to be measurably better than what we have now. And I'm concerned about making more time for staff to come up with that, and secondly, more time for staff to regulate that. So after listening to what everybody's had to say, my instinct is just to let this go. Let this end here.
Councillor Lambert?
I usually don't speak a second time on these things, but Councillor Cameron has kind of spurred me on to this. I don't think that first of all, we as council did ask staff to look into this. We can't lose sight of the original objectives, and it seems to be easy to just sort of bail on it and say, oh, it looks too difficult, too hard plow, let's not do anything. Or go to the extreme and have absolutely no signs. We could perhaps have a motion on the floor and vote on that. That might be a simple way to do it. But I do think that and if we're trying to be fair to those who have not yet run for public office and do want to make their presence known, to have absolutely no signs is at least for the next election or two wouldn't be a fair situation. Now, with the proposal that's on the table, you could, with those designated sites, identify a number of locations. You could have a system whereby those who aren't incumbents get a first draw and a first pick at a sign location, and you go through all of the sites until everyone has their location. That would be a fair way of doing it. So there are ways to manage the fairness of the situation, still have some signs, and still reduce the visual clutter and the environmental damage. So that's my point.
Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Lambert, I just wanted to sort of point out to your suggestion with respect to what Councillor Cameron just said. Even if you did it by that method, at some sites, after, say, 4 candidates, there is nowhere else to put signs, so everybody would have to go behind those signs, and therefore you might as well not put signs because you wouldn't be able to see. And so my subsequent question is over to Councillor Cameron, is then, when you say you're going to let this go, are you moving to withdraw your motion, or can you please clarify what you mean by that, please?
Well, it's not my motion.
Or did you not move it? Oh, sorry, I thought you moved it.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I didn't. No, I would just vote against the motion and have the matter end here. Unless someone can tell me that there's aspects of this that we can salvage, I think that we're just going to get down into the weeds. I'm not interested in having that conversation. Having heard what I've heard, there's too many disparate views, and I'm concerned that we're going to get bogged down.
Can I speak? I haven't spoken once.
You can speak because you're the mayor and you get to decide.
Sorry.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, without prejudice to whatever you're about to say. I did also want to just draw council's attention to option B. If council decides to not set specific locations and says, give everyone 10 signs on public property, wherever they might want to put them, or 20, whatever the case may be, as long as it's a reasonable number that bylaw staff can theoretically keep track of how many signs candidates have, then maybe that's a better way of squaring the circle. I'm just trying to throw out some alternatives. Staff aren't married to any particular solution at this point, but we just want to keep the discussion going and see what council would support. So, thank you.
Okay, so I did support reviewing this, but generally I don't support changing our bylaw. For one thing, I don't think it's been an ill that we really have to cure. And I'll just say I don't actually have a lot of sympathy for people that say, oh, it's noise pollution or visual pollution for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. This is a fundamental responsibility of citizenship. We already have very low turnouts at every level of government. And my attitude is it's a very short time and we already have low turnouts. So we just have to suffer through it. I think the sign bylaw has worked pretty well. There hasn't been huge abuses. If you look at the numbers, 50 to 350 signs. It's not like we're talking thousands or even over 500. I do think, as has been mentioned, managing, if you start limiting locations and number of signs on the locations, I think you are creating winners and losers. I don't think that's fair. And, as far as staff going out and counting signs for 25 candidates, whether it's 10 or 20, now that sounds like not a good use of our resources at all. It's hard enough to make sure that people aren't encroaching on the Elections BC rules around 100 meters from an election location. That's hard enough where they're putting bags up. So what are staff going to be going and picking up signs and counting, and people move their signs around? And no. So I don't think there's anything wrong with I hear what Councillor Gambioli says about the waste. Fair enough. I think most of us have, when we could, reused our signs over and over. And it's a small price to pay for one of the most important things that we do as citizens, voting. If this was some irrelevant, innocuous, unimportant thing, I would say, yeah, okay, well, let's limit it. But we have a lot of bigger fish to fry around reusing plastics than starting with democracy. So I wouldn't say this is a waste of time. I think we've put our minds to it. I agree with Councillor Cameron that we have 7 different perspectives, and I just don't want to be doing this by committee. And I think we're just going to have a real tough time coming up with some agreements. So I don't think I would want to support any more work on this. And I think I think we have Councillor Lambert and Gambioli that want to speak again.
For the third time? No. I'm done.
Councillor Lambert's done.
Okay, well, if you want to call the question, sure. I was wanting to hear from staff based on what you've just heard tonight, whether you think there's a way kind of through this to deal with the main issues or not. If I read the recommendation that talks about limiting the size, the location, and the number, and the display period for election signs, and that doesn't sound very controversial, really, to me. So I'm wondering whether it's in the detail or whether it's, does staff think they can find their way through this, or is council responding for staff?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Gambioli. Anything is possible. Staff have already put a tremendous amount of time into following up on council's resolutions. If this is the will of council, then staff will, of course, continue to pursue it and try and find a middle ground. But it seems that council also has divergent views as to whether or not it's actually worth pursuing further. So,
well, I think, yeah, I think that if we are serious about dealing with, waste and we are serious about the results, the feedback we had during the last election, then we have to do this, or we have to go with no signs at all. And if Surrey is going to go with no signs at all, and other municipalities very recently, then I am more than willing to do that. So I'd like to hear from other people on council about whether they're willing to do no signs, because, you know, we got to walk the talk, and this is not walking the talk. This is stepping back from what we know we need to do.
Okay, so now are we discussing no signs at all? Is that, are we going to call the?
I wonder if staff would like some direction on that. I wonder if staff.
Madam Mayor,
That's
apologies.
our discussion, it's our call, Councillor Gambioli. It's not staff's call around no signs at all. That's.
Absolutely. I'm wondering about the appetite on council.
All right, we'll quickly.
For that idea.
Okay, we'll quickly do a comment from each.
Can we vote on this motion on the floor?
All right, okay, okay. Well, they're completely at odds, so, and Councillor Gambioli is asking just for council to come. We do.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, Councillor Wong stated that he moved to call the question on the motion. I don't know if he had a seconder or not to his motion to call the question. Councillor Cameron appears to be seconding it.
All right, now we have to debate that motion.
That takes precedence, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
No, there is debate, yeah.
And I would just say that defeating this motion does not preclude us discussing no signs. Yeah. Am I correct? Yeah. It's, we can still have that discussion. We just get this off the table, then we talk about.
All right, so we have the motion. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed to the motion? The motion fails. We scared him off.
You really want to know?
So we still have quorum. Are we going to have another motion on this, or are we moving on to the next item?
Well, I'm not putting forward a motion, but I wanted to make a comment on the idea of no signs at all. We were also rolling into this provincial and federal signs. This would be a sign bylaw for all signs. So municipally, we may agree and think that we do not, or we might consider having no signs at all. But I just ask everyone to consider whether that is fair or appropriate to place that blanket over top of the federal and provincial signage as well in their elections. Just something to consider.
Okay, so thank you for that. Councillor Gambioli?
So my question then, I guess, was for staff. Is that, for example, the recent Surrey bylaw, is that just for municipal, or is that all three levels?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Gambioli, my understanding is that those are for all three levels of government.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any motions.
So, can I ask for a straw poll to see who would support no signs?
Well, we need, Mr. Pan, can we do a straw poll with no motion?
Madam Mayor, it might be best to just put a motion, direct staff to do no election signs, and then have members comment or just see where the chips fall on that, and then one way or another it's...
Well, as the chair, I think that I'll just quickly go around whether there is any support for going completely cold turkey without signs. I'm just gonna, as a chair, I can ask for comments from council, I believe. Can't I, Mr. Panneton?
Yes, Madam Mayor, as chair, if you wish to solicit comments from council, you're certainly welcome
I'm
to do so.
soliciting comments from council on whether...
I'll give you my comment.
Okay.
I think what Whistler does is a great idea. The candidates decide, and consensually they decide not to have signs. I'd be willing to be the first to put that forward should I run in the next election consensually, but doing that by prescription for all elections, for all candidates, without any agreement, I think is too draconian.
And anybody disagree with Councillor Cameron, generally?
My turn?
Oh, sure.
Well, I would go without signs. Sometimes I only put about 6 signs up, so I don't have an issue with that. What I do have an issue with is one's ability to have a legal interpretation whether in fact we are infringing upon freedom of speech.
Councillor Soprovich, I think that question's been answered
No, that
by
hasn't
staff.
legally been answered, Madam Mayor. And when you say to me, well, no signs at all, what right is that?
Madam Mayor, if I may clarify, so again, staff do not have a legal opinion on that specific issue. However, City of Vancouver and City of Surrey both feel comfortable enough with case law, and they have large legal departments to bring forward and implement a bylaw along those lines. And for clarity, this no signs at all, if that's the direction council decides to go, will not affect private property. This is for public property.
Okay.
Just for certainty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
So my response is that I don't agree with Councillor Cameron, and I don't think it's too draconian to say no signs on public property.
Okay. Councillor Wong?
Worship, I think certainly having signs is important. I think of some of the new Canadians who've run in past elections who are truly new to the community, and if there weren't for signs, we would never know that they were running. You know, if to expect a candidate to wage a campaign based on the size of their network is not fair, especially when you're new to the country, you're new to the community.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Yeah, my feeling is, you've heard it, I support signage. I think that actually having no signs would actually favor incumbents also, so I think that would be unfair. Yeah, so I just think it's a small price to pay for democracy. All right, so we don't have a motion, and we'll move on to item 8. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. At the risk of drawing this out unnecessarily, I would ask for an alternate motion then, that staff be directed to rewrite current election sign bylaw provisions for clarity and to expand applicability to referenda and federal and provincial elections. That'll take what's already there and just give us more power to interpret it and apply it universally.
And this is I'll make the motion, someone seconds it. And this is, I will ask the question. This is for clarification, for what you're suggesting is that staff be directed to conduct a housekeeping review of the sign bylaw, which you would be doing on a regular basis anyway, to make sure you can implement the existing sign bylaw in the way that's intended to function.
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Cameron, that's correct. There's a number of provisions split between multiple bylaws. Candidates complained during the last election that the guidelines weren't clear, so we're just trying to improve clarity and then ensure that we're also looping in federal and provincial elections within the same framework.
Second, any other further discussion? Councillor, are you going to just say that we will need a legal opinion?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I'm saying that we just turned down a decision here. There's been no other motions. Why is it just stopping though?
No, we have another motion and a seconder. A housekeeping.
I just made a motion.
Why?
Mr. Pennington wants the direction to look at the existing sign bylaw and clean it up as a housekeeping amendment so that it works better as it's drafted now.
And we have a seconder. Okay, so can I call the question? All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Carried. With Councillor Soprovich opposing. All right, we'll move on to item 8.
Apologies, Mr.
Yes, thank you very much for that robust discussion. Move on to item 8, Housing Needs Report.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Senior Community Planner Winnie Yip, who will provide a brief presentation on Housing Needs Report and our recommended next steps, and then both Winnie and I are available for questions.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Winnie Yip again, and I'm Senior Community Planner. So the purpose of today's presentation and report is to update Council on new legislative requirements and seek direction to apply for provincial funding to prepare a housing needs report. I will begin with some context about the housing needs report and followed with some recommended next steps. So local governments within Metro Vancouver have a wealth of demographics as well as housing data available to support decision-making. Examples include all of these that's listed on the PowerPoint here, and particularly it includes the census, BC Stats information, as well as Metro Vancouver Housing Data Book that's unique for our region. And the district has also taken very proactive steps in the past to examine current as well as projected housing needs. And most recently, a study by Urban Futures was commissioned in 2016 to look at demographics, housing, and employment projections out to 2041. And we have also looked into our purpose-built rental housing supply in 2013. So all these data that exist really informed our OCP process that happened in 2017 and 18, as well as its central theme. So our OCP is really the key growth management tool. And during the process, which was very recent, the West Vancouver community has expressed that housing was really central to the community's well-being. And in particular, over 3,000, or about 45% of all public input during the process was about housing, and particularly the need for more housing diversity as well as options. The community's ideas have led to a range of OCP policies to enable 5,000 new housing units by 2041, and this includes an estimated 500 infill units, 1,000 ground-oriented multifamily units, and 3,500 apartment units. All of these, 20% of all of these units are also expected to be rental. And it is important to note that these numbers are projections as well as estimates, and the actual housing supply and options will ultimately depend on Council's decision on OCP implementation through decisions over an application process. So the housing needs report are now required by local governments via the new provincial legislations passed in 2018 and brought into force in 2019. The report requirements can be broken down into two main parts. Part one includes the collection of about 50 distinct data sets on population, income, economy, as well as housing. And part two includes the subsequent analysis of these data sets and the preparation of report content. The legislation also requires that the housing needs report needs to be presented to Council and published online by April 16, 2022. So the purpose of these housing reports is to really supplement our understanding about housing needs. It's recognized that these housing reports do not replace our OCP, and they are not policies for local governments. Rather, it is a technical exercise in data analysis and a report that provides housing data and information in a succinct and systematic fashion. Compared to an OCP, which is typically updated every 10 years or so, the housing needs report is also required to be more frequently updated at every 5 years. So recognizing that the preparation of the housing needs report is a new requirement by the province and adds demand to existing resources as well as time amongst local governments, the province has created a 3-year, $5 million provincial funding program to support local governments for the preparation of their first report. The program is administered by the UBCM, and the next application intake deadline is November 29, 2019. The amount of funding is based on the net population of the planning area. And for West Vancouver, with a population under 50,000 people, we can apply for a maximum funding of $30,000. As the preparation of a housing needs report is required by legislation, staff will now present on recommended next steps for the preparation of the first report for West Vancouver. So as mentioned, the Part 1 portion of the housing needs report include the collection of roughly 50 distinct data sets on all of these different subjects: population, demographics, economics, labor, and jobs, as well as housing information. In July 2019, Metro Vancouver have committed to a regional approach to support member municipalities to collate and provide the required data for Part 1. This work will be done as an extension to Metro Vancouver's current existing data collection as well as dissemination role. And this will also help ensure that there's regional consistency on the existing data sets that will be collected. Work is expected to continue in the fall of 2019, and the district staff participation is required to help support this program. For Part 2 of the Housing Needs Report, it requires the analysis of Part 1 data, so will happen subsequent to that. And the preparation of this, and Part 2 will also require preparation of statements about current and projected housing needs, and in particular on housing needs around specific unit number and demand by number of bedrooms, affordable units, rental units, special needs, and senior housing units, homelessness, as well as household and core needs. This exercise is municipal specific and technically substantive. Given existing planning projects, staff capacity, as well as other council priorities, it is recommended that district apply for $30,000 of provincial funding in November to support professional consulting services to undertake this work. Pending council's direction, the anticipated timeline for the development of the housing needs report will take about a year. Over the next few months, staff will continue to work with Metro Vancouver on Part 1 and seek for funding for Part 2. We also anticipate that funding approval announcements for the November intake will come in spring 2020. If successful, staff will then begin the procurement process for a professional consultant to undertake Part 2 work during the summer as well as fall of 2020. And staff will then seek to finalize the report, work with the province to confirm that we've met legislative requirements, and ultimately present the report back to council and publish it in accordance to the legislation and before the deadline of the legislation. This timeline is an estimate and may be influenced by a number of external factors, which includes sort of the finalizing of provincial requirements and specifically their standards as well as guidelines over how we should present the housing needs report, as well as successful funding through UBCM. So in summary, it is recommended that staff be directed to apply for provincial funding to commence the preparation of a housing needs report to meet new legislative requirements. Thank you for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you for the report, and it's excellent. I very much support this housing needs report. I guess what I'm concerned about is waiting for the provincial funding decision before we commence the work. Seems to me we're going to spend time on it, and we may or may not get $30,000, and we don't know the timing of that particular decision when we get the $30,000. We have a need of a report like this and the information in it, even though we have done a lot of work already, as Mr. Bailey will remind me. We are facing a number of development applications and council decisions over the next 6 months and a year, and the more information we have about our housing needs, the sooner, the better. And so I would hope, and I would suggest, and my colleagues, I'm interested to hear what they think, I would suggest that we should be starting work on this housing needs report now in the data collection portion, and then when the guidelines come out, we can then tweak it to fit within the guidelines. We know roughly what it's going to need, but I wouldn't want to wait for the provincial funding to start this work, and I wouldn't want, and I do want the work done sooner than later. And if we could have some form of interim reporting, I don't know if this is possible. I guess is the question I'm asking. Is it possible to start the work immediately and to have some sort of interim reports back as we gather and do the work, so it's not just wait a year for a fully birthed report. We can get updates and have more information. I guess those are my two questions.
Sure. So, Madam Mayor and Winnie, feel free to augment. Staff have undertaken work already, and it's not just the money that we're waiting for. So the money is certainly part of that, the funding to do the work. But frankly, as Ms. Yep alluded to, the requirements of the province aren't finalized yet, so we still need to wait for that. And the data is not available. So we're still waiting for the data through Metro. Councillor Gambioli, I believe, is on the subcommittee at Metro that deals with that, and all the member municipalities we're comfortable with Metro dealing with the data. So staff are waiting for that. We're in a good position to deal with that when it comes out. But again, that's all coming forward in the future. In terms of interim, absolutely, we can provide data to council. We can provide it when we bring forward applications to help, support, council's awareness of what's happening around housing. Mr. Hawkins and his team, including Ms. Yip, I think provided a tremendous amount of known data, and Winnie alluded to some of the data sets that we've already provided, so we can provide those as updates moving forward. And then in terms of the money, staff are relatively confident and comfortable that we will get the funding. The funding's been made specifically available for the province for this purpose, so we expect to get it. So I think generally there's a bit of frustration that this isn't moving faster. Staff share that frustration. We are beholden to the region and the province in terms of the data and the regulations coming out, and we're moving as quickly as we can, but within a constrained time frame of senior levels of government.
I guess, Mr. Bailey, I just ask you to confirm then, and we've talked offline about this, but just confirm publicly that staff feel like we have more than ample evidence right now of our housing needs in this municipality to make the decisions that are going to be coming up in the interim time, and specifically about the need for alternate forms of housing and the
Absolutely. I mean, through the OCP, a lot of the data that came out, we have one of the lowest vacancy rates. We have one of the least diverse types of housing in the region, with a huge slant towards single-family housing. We have a huge income gap. I think I could comfortably say we have likely the most unaffordable housing in the region. So we have some real challenges here. And obviously, the population analysis that goes with the housing needs report kind of supports that. We're in the last census, I believe, along with Anmore. I think we were the only municipality to lose population. And again, and not to make a point of this, but in the last year, council hasn't approved a new housing unit through rezoning, right? So we have a gap. We're trending towards, we need about 230 units per year at our OCP projections, and we haven't approved one since the last election. So there are some serious challenges. I think we'll continue to make that point as we bring applications forward.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you. Most of my concerns were addressed through Mr. Bailey and Councillor Cameron. There's one piece of data that I would find really helpful, either monthly or quarterly, and that's the amount of stock we have up for proposal. Get a sense of, how much collectively all the projects coming to us for proposal, and identify them as strata or condo or whatever that is. Is that possible?
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Thompson, great question. In general, when an application becomes public, yeah, we can do that. Proposals, oftentimes we receive inquiries, and we treat inquiries as confidential to a certain point. So for example, if someone is optioning a site and the acquisition of the site requires purchase of the site, we do tend to keep that confidential. But absolutely, we can provide updates to council on the number of development applications that we have and the status of those applications.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Councillor Lambert.
So on this part one of the housing study, so Metro's doing the data collection with some assistance from district staff on this 50 sets of data. So that started in the summer already.
Yes.
And that's ongoing. And when is that expected to be complete?
Through the mayor, so that work is expected to be completed early next year. So they've said that they've started in the summer. They're working with their own team as well, and we've participated in all the housing subcommittees under RPAC as part of that, looking at their drafts and whatnot. So they're expecting to come out with some draft of the first drafts of the data sets in October, and through finalization, I'm very well expecting that they'll be able to finalize that sometime in January, February, perhaps March at the latest.
Okay, so if we take the latest at March, that takes care of part one. So then we can move on to part two, to Councillor Cameron's question about getting on with it. In actual fact, we're doing it right now, where Metro's doing it, the base data collection, and with our staff help. So that important base part will be done, and in fact, and I'd like to see sort of the draft information when you do get it in October. And then it's a matter of doing the second technical part. And as has been noted, we've done a lot of the work. In terms of the guidelines from the province, I read the legislation. It was pretty clear. They've got a form. You fill out a form, and then you ad-lib it, and you do whatever else you want on top of it in terms of meeting their basic requirements for the housing thing. So in order to meet this statutory requirement, I don't see how it should take any longer than the second quarter of next year, on the assumption that we have second quarter, third quarter maybe. I'll allow you that. But it is important. I mean, I think although we're expecting that there isn't going to be any significant change to what we have already proposed, it will then help to verify, or if necessary, sort of fine-tune our OCP by way of amendment.
Madam Mayor, that's a point well taken, and just to clarify, if we can move more quickly, we will. This is the first time that the province and the region has undertaken these housing needs report. We're expecting that there's going to be a little bit of back and forth with the technical analysis and what the ad-libbing piece looks like. So as Ms. Yip referred to, we're expecting, the requirement for provincial confirmation for what the report looks like. And hopefully that goes really smoothly, and then we can get this to you as fast as we can. And in the meantime, as data sets become available and relevant, we're happy to share those with council and happy to make that data available to help support council in their decision-making around specific rezoning applications.
Through the mayor, I would also add to that the provincial guidelines as well as their standard form reporting format has not been released, even though it was promised back in June. So I have no news in terms of when they're going to be publishing those additional guidelines that would help us, as well as in terms of the technical analysis. There's I would assume that there's some complexities over very specific needs and analyzing and preparing statements on things like special needs housing as well as homelessness information, which there's generally not a lot of data for, and we're working to see what that would actually look like. And so in terms of methodology, we're trying as a region and working with other municipalities to look into methodologies that would be consistent across the board so that we can compare and it would be reasonable and practical for everyone. So I like to say that we can do it as early as possible and practical, and if we can finish it earlier, we would definitely try. But there's a number of factors that we have to be conservative and know that there's some things that we can't control all together.
Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if we are, in fact, and I support the idea of collecting information for current and future housing needs, I think the timeline is too long, for 2 years away. So between now and then, we've heard several times that the missing middle, there's not enough space, we don't know what size. So a developer comes along and says, I want to get involved and develop. Between now and the time we have any data, we already know that there's a need. So what is this going to do in reflection of telling us something we don't already know?
Madam Mayor, I think the data can help refine and provide council with more information about this very specific types of housing we may need. Councillor Soprovich, you're right. We do have a significant housing need, and frankly, one of the key ways of addressing that is as applications come forward, we move forward with them and consider them and frankly approve them.
Well, let's take Ambleside then on the local area plan. Is it the local area plan that will describe density, or will it be a description of the need of 500 units or 5,000 units at any given time in the future? What's going to rule that? I mean, to be that prescriptive, I think, is a little bit raw.
Madam Mayor, I mean, just to make, I really want to make the point that, you know, the OCP really opened the door and it enabled a number of potential development applications. So local area plans are certainly one way that council can achieve housing need. But for example, a development, for example, along the Marine Drive corridor, I believe at the last council meeting, we have a proposal for a missing middle 14-unit project just adjacent to Horseshoe Bay that is enabled through the OCP. So again, that's something that staff is recommending proceed, so to meet those needs, right?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. I'm curious if there are other sources of funding, federal, regional, that we could also apply for to get a head start on this report. You know, certainly hearing the comments from my colleagues, and it was Councillor Cameron's birthday recently. You know, this missing middle is going to be middle-aged soon. That like me. So, you know, certainly whatever we can do to address this before we're old would be awesome.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, we're not aware of any other forms of funding. But again, just to be clear, like to address the missing housing, this report's not going to solve the problem. Approving applications is going to solve the problem, right? Like for a long time, the community's been in such a deficit position with housing. Like I really want to stress that. I don't think council really needs to worry about overachieving in terms of your housing needs here. I think like if I, as your director of planning, I'm telling you, you need to approve applications to provide for a variety of housing types. And I think that's what you should be doing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers. I don't see any public signed up, so I will call the question, or sorry, get the motion on the floor. Councillor Soprovich.
I'll move that staff be directed to apply for provincial funding to commence the preparation of a housing needs report as described in the report from the senior planner, community planner dated August 21st, 2019, titled House Needs Report, Housing Needs Report, recommended next steps.
Oh, sorry, we did have sorry, Mr. Peters, did you sign up? I don't have it. Oh, okay. That was completely my fault. So come on up. I was looking for a number in the wrong spot. Thank you for pointing that out.
And good evening to you all, your worship and councillors. I particularly appreciated Ms. Yip's report tonight. You probably know that she provides all kinds of professional assistance to our housing committee. Sorry, I'm the chair of the Community Housing Action Committee. And as has Mr. Bailey, in fact, over the last number of years, we have worked with them in every way that we can. We've been here to support OCP events and so on. And it's not too late or redundant to congratulate you on that OCP achievement, because it's relevant tonight because that document is rich with the kind of data that you're going to need, and it's something that CHAC needs as well, as do all kinds of nonprofits across the North Shore. They're going to be anxious to see what comes forth in the housing reports from the three municipalities, and I'm sure developers will as well. And I agree with you, Mr. Bailey. It's the approvals issue that is really partly at issue here, I think. So it seems to me that the decision is not whether or not you're going to have a housing report because it's required by the provincial government, but the decision is which of the three options. And we would certainly recommend that you go after the money if you possibly can. How can that hurt? But anyway, I appreciate the work that the planning department over here has done over the years for us, and we look forward to continuing that cooperation. So thank you very much. CHAC supports it entirely.
Can I just ask you a question,
Yes.
Mr. Peters, while you're up here? So is there a role for the housing committee in helping with the report? Because I know that's one of the services they provide is data and advocacy and research. So is that the North Shore? We're also I think I have a meeting this week for a housing lab, innovative housing lab that Mayor Buchanan is moving forward for a coordinated approach to looking at housing solutions. So the more that I guess what I'm saying is the more we can work together with the other municipalities and share information, including the information that is gathered by CHAC, the better. Did you want to comment on that?
No, just to second that, exactly. Yeah, we look forward to working with them, continuing to work with the planning department here and with corporate services. You've got some serious housing decisions to make in the fairly near future, and we're always ready to assist with those if you need us. And we advocate for the kind of housing that's mentioned actually in Ms. Yip's report, you know, housing for people with disabilities and low-income people and young people and single parents. And those are the ones that are apparently the focus of the National Housing Strategy, which is going to hit the deck probably immediately after the federal election. And I'm sure that effort by the federal government, whichever government it may be, is going to be the kind of stuff that we're all going to want to cooperate with and used to solve problems that we have with housing. So.
Good. Well, thank you for your good work, and thank you for representing us on that committee, Ms. Yip. So, all right. So I think we do have a mover and a seconder on that motion.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So item 8.1. I think that's Councillor Wong. Did you want to speak to that at all?
Madam Mayor, sorry, at the risk of cutting Councillor Soprovich off, we also can't leave once the motion's on the floor, so I'm not sure how close Council is. I can draw out my preamble accordingly. But this is just because the... Sorry, Councillor Soprovich. This is, so essentially, very quickly, this is only because the federal election is scheduled for October 21st, which is the council meeting date. Staff are proposing moving the meeting to the subsequent Monday, which is the 28th at 5 o'clock.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Alrighty, moving on to the consent agenda. Councillor Thompson.
I recommend that the consent agenda items as follows be approved.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I believe there's at least one public speaker regarding the consent agenda.
Right.
That's okay.
Oh, and public questions. Okay. Yes. Oh.
Then you can have your consent agenda. So good evening, Your Worship, councillors, staff, and members of the community.
My name is Gabrielle Lauren, and I'm the Conservative candidate for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country riding. As your potential next Member of Parliament, I wanted to reach out to you tonight to pledge that, if elected, I will do 3 things to enhance communications between the 3 levels of government and the people of this community. Firstly, I will listen to you, learn from you.
Ms. Lauren,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
But I think you might be a little early. You're in the public question period. And
I'm sorry.
We haven't quite gotten there. That's okay. You get to repeat yourself again.
Oh, great. Just what I need.
You
Sorry.
get twice the value. I think it's Carolyn Reynolds that signed up
I think
for
you're up next.
Yeah, this item, 10.1. I know, but she's speaking
Thank
to
you very much.
10.1.
I think if it's correct, you're on, the item you're on, you haven't mentioned it yet, but it is 10.1.
Yes, you're
Yes.
speaking to 10.1. I believe she can speak to it, because we haven't, you can speak to it, because even if we don't debate it, it can be
Right.
spoken to, and I think this is the appropriate time for her to speak to it.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful if people listening or watching would find out what Title Dot 1 is. Because you've only, that's why I think there was some confusion. You didn't say what it was. Do you want to mention what it is, and then I can ask?
Sure. So 10.1, so there's not many things on our consent agenda. It looks like there's only two, and 10.1 is the intent to consider the proposed council procedure bylaw. I won't read out the whole title, but
No, but that's what's important,
Yes.
that you're going to consider your council and committee procedure bylaws. And so I would like to know who presented that? Have you had a committee, or has it just been presented to you as staff, from staff? If there's any way of getting the material, it refers to a report, and this, I don't know what's on it, so of course I don't know how major these things are, but it would be helpful for us to see it before so that we could provide input. If you wanted to say something?
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Panneton?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, through you to Ms. Reynolds. So just for certainty, this is regarding a notice of intent to consider the proposed council procedure bylaw and committee procedure bylaw. So this is just council setting a date. The notice attached to this report is Appendix A, informs that the report and the attached bylaws will be publicly available when the agenda for the 28th is published, which I believe off the top of my head is the 18th of October at this point. So those report, or the report and the bylaw haven't been circulated. The report doesn't even exist yet. So this is just preliminary to set a date, because there's a requirement in legislation that we put out an ad in the newspaper and allow public input when the bylaw comes forward for first reading on the 28th, if that's council's direction.
Thank you. Does that mean council has seen the proposed changes yet? So you neither the public nor the council knows what's proposed. Is that so?
Who would like to answer that question? I can answer it if
Madam Mayor, I have circulated an early copy to council, just for their information. However, it's not finalized. It's still going back and forth for legal review. So once it's done, then it'll be brought forward to the public.
it will be brought forward.
So it is a little, so thank you for answering. It is a really confusing. And that reminds me of something else that happened at a meeting last week. Because, I mean, we like openness, and I respect the fact that you want to finish thinking about it before you release it to the public. I appreciate that. But it reminds me of at a meeting last week, there was an item on a committee's agenda, and I was told, I was a member of the public there, that I was not allowed to mention it in my newsletter. And I found that rather unusual. The committee then discussed the item, and I can tell you what it is if you want. It doesn't matter, but the topic was on the agenda, so it's public, it's on the website, people would know. And then the piece of paper that was giving them information to discuss, I was told I could not have or read. So if you're discussing council and committee procedures, I think you have to clarify. If they don't want the public to know, there are rules for if it qualifies as a certain thing to go in camera, can go in camera. I think it's rather disconcerting for people to be at a meeting and say, you can't talk about this or report it. So I hope something like that would be clarified. Have you ever met?
Mr. Panneton, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't speak to this particular instance.
No,
but
you
one of the
wouldn't
things that staff are proposing in the committee procedure bylaw is to standardize committee procedures and processes, to speak exactly what Ms. Reynolds is referring to when they can and cannot go into a closed meeting. So the hope of bringing this bylaw forward as a separate and distinct bylaw is that we can get that consistency and that clarity out to the staff who run the committee meetings, because a lot of the time they're never legislative services staff, but they don't have the same familiarity with legislation as our staff do.
And I will just say that the review of the council procedure bylaw is in process amongst council. We're all reviewing it, Mr. Panatin's reviewing it.
Yeah.
Nothing has been
No, no, I
finalized.
realize that.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to know because there was it seemed to be such closed door. I wanted to make sure that you were considering it before it came out, you know, I think the public should too, but I wanted to know that council was considering it.
Absolutely.
And if, then of course, I imagine, since it's being done privately in that, members of the council could ask members of the public, what do you think if we do this instead? Or what do you think we should do,
Yep.
or whatever?
Yep.
Somebody wants to speak?
No, oh, you want to speak, Councillor Thompson?
But I was actually at that meeting
I
as
know.
a guest as well, and it was actually a kind of an awkward moment, and wondering about being in a room during a confidential discussion, and so I'm looking forward to that clarity in the procedure, yes.
It was difficult, so thank you. Yeah, we didn't, okay. But anyway,
Thank
you're
you.
going to clarify, that's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think we have a notice and a motion and a seconder on the consent agenda. Councillor Thompson made. Oh, okay, we don't have a seconder.
Thank you.
Seconder. Council. Did you read it?
As written.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Well, Councillor Wong already did. Yeah. So, any further discussion on this? All in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. We have to save time where we can, you know? So, we'll move to reports from mayor and councillors. So, we didn't have our reports last week, so we now have a bit of extra time to report this week. Okay, I'll start with Councillor Cameron.
I'll just report very briefly on the new mobility subcommittee of the Mayor's Council, which had a meeting last week, which unfortunately was all in confidential, so I can't speak about the contents, but I will note that one of the emerging issues coming up around transportation in the region is the reactions of various municipalities to the ride-hailing legislation. You've had Mayor McCallum from Surrey come out and say that he would be denying ride-hailing companies business licenses, to which the province very quickly clarified that was outside his jurisdiction. But even more recently, you've had the mayors of Delta, our elected officials in Delta and White Rock, and I believe other municipalities come out and basically give concerns about the ride-hailing legislation and whether it creates not a level playing field with taxi companies. I will say that we are going to, and I'm going to ask TransLink staff to come and brief our council, or maybe the Lower Mainland or the North Shore councils in Lions Bay and Bowen, maybe at a joint session about municipal regulation of ride-hailing, because we actually do have jurisdiction to tweak how ride-hailing companies work within our boundaries, and we have to turn our minds to those issues. And there's a number of areas. I won't start getting into them now, but it is how ride-hailing is received in each community is, in part at least, a decision for the community to make. And TransLink, it may be that TransLink ends up playing some sort of coordination role to at least talk about what the issues are. So that is coming forward, and it's going to be of tremendous interest to everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll have a meeting coming up this month with the ACDI. Last meeting, we went to tour Lynn Canyon and the ability for people that have disabilities to move along in that park. They get about 5,000 people a day in there, and so they've got to look at the pathways, and some of them have been worn so badly they're going to have to put in wooden platforms and things of that nature. So it's a critiquing by the ACDI relationship to Lynn Canyon. And Mike Little was there, the mayor, and I said, well, that's on your plate to get money to improve it. Coastal House Marine, we met the other night and had an exercise. Councillor Thompson came along. I think it was a good exercise in the end result of wayfinding, and it's going to be, I think, quite a good reporting when it gets finished next year. Regional Parks Committee is on Wednesday. Always a good, interesting time with them, and it's a whole series of reports and a few speakers. I'll let you know on that one. The Senior Advisory Committee is yet to meet, so we'll be going through a lot of the issues around the senior center. And I briefly stated that Coho Day was very successful. Thank you to all of you that came and pitched in. Rain in the morning, clear in the afternoon. We had a wonderful day. And I just wanted for those of you that don't realize the intensity of the day, in 1 day and a half, I walked 32,000 steps.
Wow.
But I could barely get out of the car when I got home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Soprovich, for all your work with that society and in the 39 or 40 years. Yeah, so thank you. It was a fun day. Councillor Thompson.
Actually, I just want to quickly mention that the Ocean Marine Management Group, I would encourage council to get out to one of these meetings. The scope of conversation is incredible. It's quite an outstanding group, and what they're taking into consideration with some pretty big discussions we have coming up, and even for the public to take interest. It's remarkable, the knowledge base these guys bring to the table. I would actually want to circle back to Councillor Cameron, though, and see if we can get an update on the Metro meetings over the summer with regards to rapid transit.
The Metro meetings.
The Mayor's Council.
Well, there was only one meeting in July.
Because I went on that one.
And Mayor Booth went to it. I was out of the country, and it was essentially at that meeting, the business case. Well, the Surrey SkyTrain project was moved ahead to the sort of business case. Essentially, the high level, I don't want to say business case, but the high level functional analysis of it was approved, such that it's going to have enough ridership to make it worthwhile. And that's essentially was moved on to there's a whole bunch of decision points, but it was an important one because the notion is it's got some momentum now. But Mayor Booth will obviously be able to provide more detail than that.
No, I think that's a good summary. I was happy to fill in for my permanent designate, Councillor Cameron, and just see what was going on, and supported, because of the business case, I did vote on behalf of council to support the Surrey SkyTrain option. You know, how far that's going to go, et cetera, is all to be determined, but yeah, so it passed.
Okay, thanks.
And I think it's important to note that there's a great deal of pressure being exerted by the North Shore mayors on making sure that North Shore rapid transit is going to be part of the discussion when we talk about funding the second half of the Surrey line to Langley, past Fleetwood. And so the notion is, we're not just automatically going to be approving funding for whatever Surrey wants. We're going to make sure that the North Shore's needs are represented. And part of the background for that is the work that's been being funded now by the province and the feds. And so that will give us, I think, the ammunition to be able to make a persuasive case that when we look at Transport 2050 and the sort of new set of projects, that we are prominent among them. So there's an understanding that the first phase, the first half of the Surrey SkyTrain is going ahead, or will likely go ahead, is on track to go ahead, but we're trying to get in the queue after that, and it's because it's been talked about for years.
But I do think that one of the positives I came away from that meeting was that there was an acknowledgement, especially by Mayor McCallum, that we do have to start thinking regionally, and that it's not just about individual municipalities getting their pet projects, that we do have to be thinking about how the interconnectedness of transit in the region. So I think that was a positive acknowledgement, and I look for the support of the larger municipalities for North Shore needs as well. And Councillor Cameron's doing a very, very good job to advocate on behalf of the North Shore. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Councillor Gambioli.
Well, just as a segue then, you made me think that the last regional planning committee meeting at Metro in July, actually, we went over a study that they're working on related to the cost of rental housing in the whole region. So it's a number that I'm going to be bringing up again and again in the next few months, related to rental housing that we need to be supporting in this community. But basically, the bottom line is that the regional median average household renter's income is $60,000 a year. So that has increased from $50,000 a year to $60,000 a year. And therefore, the 1/3 or 30% towards housing works out to be $1,500 a month. So in other words, the average median household in the whole Lower Mainland cannot afford to pay more than $1,500 a month in rent. That's an average. That's from one person to a family of 4 living in an apartment. That's the median average. Probably it's maybe 2 people. I don't know. But anyway, that's what we need to target in this municipality. And that is virtually impossible for us to do. So we're going to need to think very carefully about how to meet that need. But anyway, that's just that's a number that has been created thanks to a lot of research done at the Metro table. So that's a number that you're going to hear from me in the future, and I think you should, we should all keep that in mind, because that's going to be a virtually impossible challenge to meet in our community at the moment, but I think we have to try.
Thank you. I'll just give 2 brief reports. First of all, I'll start with North Shore Rescue. A couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to actually meet with members. Mike Danks led the meeting, as well as the president of Talon Helicopters, which provides the helicopter service for North Shore Rescue, and had an opportunity to actually go up into the helicopter and go into the backcountry. In fact, we landed in the mountains on a stone face. As the 3 mayors went, and as we went through the backcountry, they pointed out locations where various rescue missions were conducted with sometimes not very good outcomes. And it was a very moving kind of, it definitely affected my perceptions when you get into the mountains that we never see back there, and the people that get into trouble. So we're very fortunate to have them. One of the main objectives of the meeting was to try to get support from the North Shore mayors around the provincial government allowing the helicopters to take the volunteers at night with night vision goggles. And night vision goggles are literally like the goggles you wear in virtual reality, but they magnify light 50,000 times. So when you have these goggles on, they're quite amazing. It's like you're flying during the day. And so the pilots are allowed to wear them, but that doesn't help because they need the volunteers. So if you're someone, and they've had situations and where someone calls as the sun's setting and they can't get to them, and it's cold and you don't know whether that person's going to make it till the next day. And so it's really important. Time is of the essence. And the holdup isn't that they can't buy the goggles. The holdup is that the provincial government doesn't allow volunteers to ride in the helicopters at night because they're still concerned about safety. But these goggles are magnificent. So The mayors agreed to support them in any way we can to get the province to really look at this seriously. And so that was fascinating and reassuring. I mean, I would say we have probably one of the top search and rescue operations in North America with that group. So if I was stuck up there, I would have a lot of comfort knowing that we have them going out and doing all these searches and rescues. And then the other thing I wanted to report, I did report to council, but just briefly for the community, they're maybe hearing some media reports that we have as a council been advocating for steps to be taken around vacant speculation and empty houses. I attended a meeting with Minister James last week. All of the affected mayors were there, so there was about 40 mayors, and she wanted to receive feedback as per legislation, to have this annual feedback from mayors about the impacts of the tax. We have made motions. We've met with the deputy minister. We met with Minister James at UBCM last year, so we have made motions asking for the opportunity to impose our own vacancy tax. That was one message that I conveyed, as well as we want a share of the revenue that they have been collecting under this speculation and vacancy tax. And for 2018, $58 million was collected from in the province. 6.6 million of that came from West Vancouver. And so that's over 10% of the revenue came from West Vancouver. And we do have an affordable housing crisis, and I asked for a share of that revenue and the ability to impose our own vacancy tax, which of course would go through a council process. But like Vancouver, Vancouver's got a vacancy tax that's generated revenue. And so I conveyed that. I think our comments were very well received, and I'm optimistic we will be seeing some initiatives out of that office in the fall in this regard. So I'm learning in this business, you have to keep on repeating yourself over the years and not giving up with government. And we have UBCM coming up. So we've got meetings with 6 or 7 ministers, and this will be our opportunity to again restate what the various asks are on a number of issues, and that's going to be one of them that we will have an opportunity to again meet with Minister James and reiterate that. So that's my report. Councillor Wong?
I just had a follow-up question, thank you, Your Worship. When it came to the search and rescue, is there a consideration to use drones outfitted with thermal sensors or infrared or other sort of night vision things, so that, you know, in terms of cost and quick response time to get out to the different sites before sending a arguably expensive helicopter to go, you know, fly about?
I'll check my notes. I don't recall them talking about drones, but I left my notes in my office. I will check and see if they mentioned drones, but that's a very good point. It rings a bit of a bell. It would make sense to be able to go out with lights on drones and do searches.
Great. Yeah, certainly I would love to see the North Shore take advantage of that. You know, certainly I hear a lot of folks getting lost, and the sooner we can get to them, the better, obviously.
Who's our rep on the Emergency Management Committee? On the North Shore Emergency Management. Yeah. I'm on the executive. And who's the council rep?
Councillor Cameron.
Councillor Cameron, are you the? So
we have a meeting on Wednesday night. We can check with you.
Great. Thank you so much.
And I would also encourage, I think they've presented to council, but if you have an opportunity to visit their offices, I really encourage, it's well worth the time to meet with them. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, on that note then, we'll move into public questions.
Madam
Oh, no, we
Mayor,
get a motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambert?
Haven't said it yet.
I thought you just said you did mentally say it.
Mentally.
Okay, I just have to do this? Okay. Okay, Madam Mayor, recommend that the oral reports from the mayor and councillor be received for information.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, public questions. Thank you for your patience. And then we have Stuart Malcolm also on deck after Gabrielle Lorne. Stuart Malcolm left?
Mayor, Madam Mayor, your worship, councillors, staff, members of the community. My name is Gabrielle Lauren, and I'm the Conservative candidate for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky riding. As your potential next member of Parliament, I wanted to reach out to you tonight to pledge to you that if elected, I will do 3 things to enhance communications between the 3 levels of government and the people of this community. Firstly, I will listen to you, learn from you, hear your concerns, and advocate for those items that will improve life for all constituents in this riding. Second, I will attend at least 1 council meeting a year or make myself individually available to one of your representatives for all of the 13 jurisdictions in this riding to familiarize myself with the intricacies of local concerns. And thirdly, I will host a multi-jurisdictional meeting so that we can all work together towards common goals, identify issues, concerns that cross over to many jurisdictional boundaries of this vast riding. As a chartered professional accountant, businesswoman, and community volunteer, I'm very familiar with the importance of working together towards a common goal. I look forward to meeting with provincial MLAs, First Nations representatives, and members of the 10 local governments to confirm my pledge to you after the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting, and good luck. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Yes.
Ms. Reynolds has signed up for public questions as well.
Okay. Ms. Reynolds? He's not here. He's no longer here.
Yes, I wondered why you hadn't mentioned my name. Good evening. Maybe you should have a separate sheet for PQP because it comes at the end, you know, and then it wouldn't be so difficult to keep track of. So first of all, thank you for your email newsletter, Mayor Booth, about the sustainable vacancy tax. I hope West Vancouver does get some back. I did listen carefully to your saying that sometimes you have to repeat yourself to governments. So I would like to repeat myself that I would really like you to pay more attention to having meetings that conflict and overlap. With our 5 meetings Wednesday this week, the first one's in the morning, 2 of them are at 5 o'clock and 2 of them are at 6 o'clock. And most meetings last 2 hours. So that means that when I was on council, council had the right to go to every committee meeting. And so they could not. When you went to Rosemary and asked, we have a meeting, if there was something else on, you had to choose another time. I would really strongly suggest, because it's really good for councillors to be able to be at those meetings. I've been at some meetings at which the councillor has to leave and missed some excellent presentations by members. And council members, I think that's your responsibility. You have the right to do it. But I think also the public would like the right to do it all too. On the revised of the minutes, it says replace, and I can ask the clerk later what that means about the agenda. The finance information effort, I would like, and I have written to Ms. Gordon, you can't copy it, you can't paste it, so it really should be something that you could access more readily. The other thing I forgot about that meeting last week, when it came to the public question period at the end of that meeting, when I started to ask a question, I was told I could only ask questions with regard to items on the agenda. I have never heard of that restriction before. It's not here, it's not there, and I was in the beginning of the community engagement committee set up that we said, we didn't limit them. I didn't say that you could ask questions. But obviously, it was another surprise to be told you couldn't ask a question unless it was to an item on the agenda. Anyway, another good thing from that meeting was that unfortunately, and I do wish Ms. Lim, who's all the best, who couldn't be at the meeting, but her suggestion for having open sessions on topics, I think, was an excellent suggestion. What was the other one I had here? Anyway, you're going to have a break until October 7th. And I'm glad you changed it so that we didn't have to balance them with the election. So, let's see. Oh, and that's another question. The heads of departments used to be here to be available to answer questions, and they're not. They sit in the gallery sometimes. I'm not taking your time now, but that's another question I would like answered at some point. Why that's done, and if we could ask for it to be back.
Ms. Lemus can answer that question at a separate time. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's
Move adjournment.
all in favor. Opposed, carried. Thank you.
Too late.
When we started at 6, we went till 10 and did a motion